Oh crap, that was plugged in, sorry. Got a pop there. which means in the middle area, this could be prone to lifting. Hopefully the redesign of the end, the part that the clasp goes on top of, will result in it being moderately stable. And of course, if I'm doing this method, I have to print, I can't put this surface on the bed. And if I'm using glue, it's not going to be a very pretty looking surface. So I'll go with the top layer aesthetic, this aesthetic of it looking woobly. I mean, if I did the glue and I clean it off, I could flame polish it in order to give it kind of this cool clarity to the material where you can see the hexagonal fill underneath. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to print it in this purple. I'm going to print it in this purple to my heart's content, and then get everything printed and get this aesthetic on it. With the larger screws that I had to put a 0.2 gap on that because they were being a little ornery too. So that like snaps in. That's gonna be tough to manage, but especially when there's like little irregularities in that. That's why having that on the top and not over support is really important. Because if that was over support, then the thing under the screw is hideous. It's hidden under the screw, but then I need to pick out all that material. And under the temperatures that I'm printing at, things are back to sticking together a little too well. There was like this wonderful period of time when I was printing this material under different temperatures and with different layers on top, and it would actually do a bridge over those layers, and I could just pop off the support material. But since it's going back and forth over this instead of one solid line, it's tough to break off. It's going in this, I think it's like this direction, or no, the support I think is 45 degrees. So like for a little bit it goes, I don't actually remember. It might be just on this axis. So if it goes on this axis, this part peels off easily, and then these long spanses are back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It might behoove me to twist this by 90 degrees on the bed. I may have to try that on some of the subsequent ones. Then again, would that mean that the crosshatch on top changes? Because I want this pattern on the whole thing. If there's gonna be a pattern, it might as well be consistent and go with it. Yeah, I guess this one looks the same, so. My thumbnail is gonna be a big purple plate. And this stuff is kind of brilliant though. I do like that color. It's weird that the lower layer, when it has more stuff to do, is more opaque, and then these upper layers have this wonderful translucent crystal kind of look to them, because these are just layer after layer put on top of itself. I wish I could get this down here. I don't know how to do that. I've already cranked the temperature up so much that it's causing lifting. So presumably the glue is going to solve that though. Thud, 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 thud. I wonder if I should abandon the chamfer on this and just go for a right angle so it looks like it's kind of popping out. Like to see the problems inherent in 3D printing in case I ever get one. Yeah, everybody has their own unique set of problems, and people come up with their own unique solutions for those problems. I have my method, and that's usually cranking up the heat. I don't even print with a fan because PETG likes it hot. It gets shiny when it's hot. So I crank the temperature up to solve almost every problem. So I got this stuff to look so good. This is printing at like 260C, whereas this printed at 250. Yeah, there's like a random problem generator that's like deep in the code of every 3D printer. I hope this look will be good. It's not the deep purple that I was hoping for from the material. You know, I looked at the material and it looks like this brilliant, deep kind of translucent purple, and then it becomes much more opaque when it prints out. I could have tried for this aesthetic for everything, but that's tough to do. It's tough to get this to stick like this for the long pieces with no glue on the bed. But I also think the shiny look might not benefit the printer, or sorry, the computer as a whole. I don't think the shiny look will do it. Orange is too bright. This is just too bright. I mean, even the camera's a little freaked out by it. Even the camera's a little bit like, whoa, buddy, that's a lot of orange that you got going on there. It's not, but the problem. Okay, so there's something about the color doesn't really complement the aesthetic, is what I'm getting at. So I've got the brighter stuff. I want to transition to the hex grid. So that was supposed to be darker. It was supposed to be darker. Gray might be the aesthetic option though, because it's like more of like a transition step. It's just boring though. I'd have to put LEDs behind it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it in purple just because it's more striking in purple. And when it's a little bit clear and when it's offset by everything else, I think it'll go along with the look a little bit better. It's not very subtle, but who needs that? We're actually going to do wiring today. We're going to bust open this thing. I'm going to look for those crimps. I think what I'd like to do is get to the point where we can actually test the power supply under the dummy load. Of course, that means I need to wire this thing, which is ridiculous. Hey, Big Wave. How you doing?
Those things still work.
Hey, Ben, my man.
Streamed in a few weeks, so I'm a little bit rusty.
That one fell out. That's going to be a problem. When I do the final assembly on the correct color one of these, I will need to put UV glue in these, just like a dollop, just like a little blop in there, expose it, and then the wires won't continually bust out and annoy the living crap out of me. I found in my drone drawers, in all of my old drone stuff, I found a brand new connector, which is nice. I would have liked to put a brand new socket in there, but I scraped it with an X-Acto knife when I had this thing apart. I took apart the power supply and I lopped off that top fin. It is now a disgusting asymmetrical monster. It's a disgusting asymmetrical monster. But that means that I only need a small cutout in the top plastic. Yeah, give that man a shout out. Good call.
All right.
I actually really like this right here. I like the fan panel. I think it's one of my favorite pieces of the whole thing. But there's going to be a lot of printing for me to do to get this anywhere from where it is right now. So we're going to do wiring today. I'll try to clear out all the 3D printed stuff. It's been a nightmare because like every single little design revision, I've had to go through all the files and edit them over and over again. The old version was that's in stream projects. This is why I like to keep stream projects on topic, because then I can scroll up and I can show you guys pictures that I took previously of my method. This is the method of the previous method that I tried. So what I did is a couple things at once. We might as well just start. I'm gonna get Metronomic out of here. I'll explain some of my 3D printing brainworms here. Where's the window that contains... Oh, he's hiding. Okay, fade out the music subtly. All right, I failed at that. Only this once, though. That was the only time I've ever gotten it wrong. So yeah, anyway, here's the deal. So I tried to do this, and the purpose of doing this, and this is the center area of the 3D print. This is this part right here, basically. I'll move this out of the way. That's this, what you're looking at right now on that camera, is the part that's under this little what I call the clasp. Because what that's supposed to do is a screw goes through that and holds it all together, pinches everything together, including the grating, so that the grating doesn't rattle around. It's not metal against metal, it's metal against plastic. Probably not great for shielding it from EMF, but who gives a shit? Nobody's ever been like, wow, my computer isn't working very well, better put on the metal side cover so that I get better EMF. That's not something people do. Although everybody in here will ask about it because they're a bunch of frickin' hardware nerds and they have to say something. What's that? Sorry, it's a newbie question. Can you repurpose the excess resin? I think you can, like, once, but you need a grinding machine, and then you need like an extruder with a heated auger that pushes all the material forward and through a very precision hole. Then you have to cool it just right in order to get it to not stretch and sag and get all weird. People have done it. I want to do it at some point, but for right now, I am just generating garbage. I have piles of bad prints. Piles and piles of bad prints. It's bad. I wish I could repurpose it. Repurposing this stuff, the translucent stuff, probably not great because it's very brittle. It's very brittle compared to the other PETG. Thanks, Tommy T. Turner. Appreciate it, man. Tommy T. Turner says, I'm a hardware nerd, and I have to say something. You're an awesome dude. All right, you got away with it this time. So yeah, anyway, what I designed, and again, I didn't like gap any of these interfaces here. I could do a press pull on stuff, just give it a little 0.2 tolerance. I didn't do that. Even without the 0.2 tolerance, things are a bit weird on this. So I guess we're getting away with some of the irregularities of 3D printing. Oh yeah, I can't do a fly around because it's just a picture. This design I'm keeping, the clasp being very simple and not interlocking with anything, and then pressing down on the, I don't know, the spans, I guess we could call it, the part that goes to the corner. It'll press down on the little boot that I gave it and hold that together, and then hopefully it'll pinch the grid a little bit. And then keep this part together so that everything looks good. But what I had to abandon was this little step out and the split in this little peg that fits into the Makerbeam. I hate that I had to do that because when I got this to fit finally, after like filing it down and stuff like that, it fit really well, and I could pull the whole computer by this part right here, which here it just lifts up, right? It just lifts right up. It's terrible. Although I think this one is flat and the new one has this part that goes down right here. So anyway, the redesign is this. Let's get rid of this. We don't need to look at upper bop, and then this guy. So yeah, it's just that right there, and then the little end piece will just clamp down on it. I guess I could do like a diagonal here to attach these two if I keep having printer errors, but I should be able to do this. And then of course I'm printing everything so that the top side is the side that's visible, which means we won't get glassy, smooth surfaces on these. But I don't know. I'm not having it be shiny, I guess, is okay. So that's what I've been working on over the weekend. Oh, it's been torture though. I've been working on this thing like 24/7, trying to print and then redesign all of these parts. And then the failure of the previous design was annoying because this would have worked pretty damn well. And I did print it so that these surfaces were on the bed and they were nice and smooth. Is this camera doing this thing again where it frame rate? No, it's okay. All right. I've been getting weird frame rate issues. I don't know if it was the Windows update or what. Is there something to sand or polish it or print it without taking too much off? You know, I could polish plastic, but that's not a good idea. One other thing that I can do is the surface that's against the bed, I can actually flame polish it. I could take a torch and just go over it until it smooths over, but then everything looks a little too rounded and it's not as crisp as it could be. Siflet 8 just subbed. We'll put you up on the board in just a second. I need to turn the board on. Everything looks a little too melty, right? Like any of the imperfections suddenly become like divots in the plastic. Whereas if you print on glass, it looks like glass. It's like really, really good. It looks really cool. I'm not gonna pull the glass out and start printing on it because it's so much work. Maybe I'll do that for the next revision if I want to reskin it, like in an orange or something like that. If I can get stuff to print on the glass and have a consistent color throughout, I would enjoy that. But like, see, it goes from like weird opaque to the actual translucent color. This is brilliant, but this is too bright. If I could get the whole thing to look like this, that'd be great. I wonder if I could put it in like a toaster oven for a little while. Well, yeah, it's cool if you design for it, but I didn't design for it. I didn't want the two-tone. All right, let's put Syphilid 8 up for the 6th month. Yeah, it's like really cool if you actually wanted it to look like that, but I don't want it to look like that. Syphilid 8, thank you so much for subbing. Ah, balls. It's lifting. It's lifting. The print's almost done and it's freaking lifting. All right, I gotta cancel the print when I get back to the computer. I got lifting issues, chat. I think I need to heat up the bed a little bit more and then it'll stick. I'll get that underway. It's always a heat issue. Sylphid 8, which I say Syphilid 8. Sylphid 8, welcome to the board. Thank you for subbing. You're right by Panic Monster. Welcome to the board. All right. How's it going, Groovy? Yeah, people are allowed to gift subs, and then the giftee goes up on the board. What is what? What is it? I don't even know what it is anymore. The kids changed what it is. Now I feel old. This is a board that I built with a Raspberry Pi and a XY laser etcher controller that there's like no information on. We had to reverse engineer this thing. Lots of lines of Python and this big gantry on my wall, and it will determine where names should go, size them based on how many names are already on the board, and then print them out. All right, I gotta cancel this print. The ends are lifting. The ends are lifting in spite of the glue. Guys, stop trying to solve my... Just throwing ideas out is not helpful. Stop it. Sorry, I was just trying to help. No, you weren't just trying to... You were just confusing everybody. Cancel the print. So what we need to do is go to filament settings, and I need to take this... let's take this to 100. And see if that helps that end stick. The other thing that I can try is just turning it on the bed. Because it really is this stuff out here. It's like this area that's lifting. Actually, you know what? Before I make the bed a super toxic wasteland of heat, I'm just gonna print out one of them. And I'm gonna turn this 90 degrees so that the good part of the print bed is being used for the whole thing. So just like that. It really sucks that I gotta print them out individually though. But since I just put glue on the bed, I can just pop everything off and continue. So I use a big wide spatula to peel up everything, which, by the way, if I don't let things cool down, it will warp things. So right now, everything is nice and soft. I just crushed it in my hand. So now I've got this. Super ultra bendy. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful. The material's all about the same color though this time, which is nice. Who the fuck? All right, this is gonna be another shitty. Hello? Nope. You call me Dr. Congdon, which is not who I am. It's now art. It's now garbage is what it is. Let's be honest here. Let's not let's call it what it is. Slice it, send it, and immediately start printing. Now I need to go pick off the material on the end of the nozzle because it's a little dribbly, and that'll cause an error with the bed leveling. All right, hopefully it gets through that. Well, it's a little bit. BL Touch is starting to show signs of wear. Oh, those tweezers don't go there. All right, anyway, back to what we're doing. So we need to do wiring. We need to do wiring. Wiring. That's all we need to do, right? I need to figure out how I'm going to run wires under the under this computer. I don't want to print out too many things for it, but we may need to design something that'll work like a little wire tie down. Just something to just like grip it. Something to just maybe grip the wires and hold them down to the underside of the case. I don't necessarily want to drop a plate onto the whole thing because I don't think that'll work out. I think that would look a little weird. Failed art, aka fart. There you go. There you go. My glucose level is going to fire into the stratosphere during this stream. I'm not looking forward to it. Insulin will hopefully catch up by the end of the stream, but the mesh from the old one, I especially don't want to use that material because it's heavy and cuts, and yeah, I really don't want to use that material anymore. God, it's hot down here. I guess I haven't had all the lights on in a little while. All right, so what are we up against today? Well, I am going to need to fish out connectors for stuff and figure out where exactly everything is going to be going and how the wires are going to be getting to where they're going. So I got a couple things, a couple separate things that need to be wired. And hopefully we can crimp some new connectors and stuff. Yeah, it's amazingly vicious stuff when cut. Yeah, if you cut it like regularly and don't give it like a soft edge or run a file against it, oh my God. I had one stream where I was working with the stuff to make the fan panel that goes into the computer desk. And it was just rubbing against me, and like everything was torn up. I had surface, like barely even surface scratches, and the next day they were all just like scabs. It was terrible. I didn't even realize that it was so bad. Chat was like, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" I'm like, "What are you, a bunch of namdy-pamdies, chat? Get over yourselves!" And then I was covered in cuts. Surprised I got away with it. So yeah. Computer. It's not your typical computer. This ain't your. Would your mommy buy you a pewter for Christmas? Let's get all of. Oh God, I've got so many failed 3D prints sitting over here. Hold on, I'm gonna fish them all out. God, it's non-stop with this crap. This is the interlocking panel version. Didn't really work out all that well. I mean, it was okay. But it's just such a pain in the ass to get this to print correctly on top of the support that it just became a nightmare, and I might as well have reverted to the other one. By the way, if I print, well, the one problem is I could print the new version of this, the top piece, this piece. I could print this directly down on the bed, but then there would be support material over this piece, and the support material is so inaccurate that it would look like crap and I'd still end up filing it down. But it would give me that on the bed aesthetic. I'd rather have the deeper purple of it doing the top layer. Deeper purple. So there's a lot of aesthetic decisions that go into what I'm doing now. Oh my God, look at all this failed crap. Look at all this failed crap. So much plastic. Rest in pepperonis. It's all right, at least I've got plenty on the reel. Plenty on the reel. And I can use the stuff that I bought for other projects. You know, if I want something clear purple, I got plenty of it. Wiring. We got a lot of wires to run here. The aesthetic for the case is clear. I need to have the wires drop down and then go to their destination. So we've got holes in the carbon fiber that look like they look terrible, but they're there and we're gonna use them. They look terrible, guys. I don't know what to say. I should have gotten like a laser cut panel or something like that. Or I could have spent a lot of time in the dust filing away at it until it looked perfect. It would have been nicer if I could have gotten a nice hard edge on this like I did on the, you know, using the rotary tool on the outside here. But oh well, I'm just gonna live with it. So this stuff is all held down. It's all screwed down, but we need to get all of the various pieces of it to where it needs to go and then spiral wrap it so it looks good. So I would like to start, where do we want to start with this thing? I think we should probably start with 120 volts in. That's over here. So power, Jesus Christmas, just knocked over the panel that I put up in the corner. All right, there we go. So 120 volts in. So I need those, what are they called? They're like tab connectors. Hold on, I bought these, which are pressurized bottles that you could use as a sprayer. So I'm gonna use with the compressor. I can put like rubbing alcohol in this, or alternatively, I think my milling machine stuff, this stuff, T9, which is used to keep your stuff from corroding. More like T9, and that's spelled N-I-E-N, 9, like no in German. It's like T-no, because it's not spraying. The bottle is full, it's heavy. It's not spraying. I don't think it's a clogged nozzle, because I took the nozzle off and I pressed down the thing and it didn't spray. It's just not spraying. I think it lost pressure, which is ridiculous when you think about it. But it's still a full bottle of T9. So I'm gonna put it in here and then just pressurize it with air, and then I'll have my da, or what's yes in German? All right, anyway, that's annoying. And these are just in the way. I'm just moving them out of the way. Yeah, there we go. T-ja. 9 and yeah. Yeah, I should have known that. I don't know. My brain is skipping a couple beats around here. All right, so we're doing wiring. Let's just go down the path. We'll start with 120 volts. We'll go to 12 volts. Well, 120 volts, the capacitor block, then 12 volts. Then we can do the other little computery wires. And we'll kind of keep an eye out for how we're gonna hold these things down under the case. I'm probably gonna end up using tape. I have gaffer's tape that I can put little strips of on it, and then from there, we can turn those little strips of gaffer's tape into either adhesive 3D printed things, or maybe I'll have to sink more screws through this panel. I really don't wanna do that because it's really annoying to do. I wanna get this thing done, you know? It's been 3 weeks and I still don't have a computer, so. So anyway, that's the course of today. We're gonna see where we get to with this stuff. So let's start at 120 volts. I need to find these little like tab, whatever they are, connectors. I have some here that I crimped and shrink wrapped myself many years ago. Spade connector, yeah, there you go. Spade connector. Are these soldered? I think these are soldered spade connectors. So yeah, we can redo that. I can use wires from like a device. We can remove these and then I can solder them with new wires. Because the reason that I want to redo it is this. Here, check it out. 3 weeks, starting to get the shakes. Dude, it's like 3 weeks without a computer. I can't tolerate it. Oh, there's an aesthetic for you. Yeah, that looks good. Except for all the dust on the graphics card. All right, anyway. Ooh, wow, this camera's frame rate is great. Ooh, yeah. I haven't been able to play games in 3 weeks. I've just been watching other people play games. Who would watch somebody else play games? Anyway, yeah, this is why I want to redo it, because I'm seeing exposed strands of wire in my 120 volt circuits. This is the power input for the whole thing. I don't know what the hell happened here. Oh my God, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Probably a bunch of dorks. Yeah, we were talking about what to call people, what to call the people who watch Oh Bother. My favorite was trustees, as in my brain trust. So the trustees are my brain trust of viewers. What how did this even happen? The bothered, I don't know. Nerds was what I told Djibouti Show the one time we raided. So I'm sticking with nerds until I find a better one. I'm not calling, no, the entire, no, groovy bad. The entire identity of my channel is not flatulence. I don't want to drive that point home. How the hell did this happen, though? How the hell did this happen? I guess that's like a lightning disaster waiting to happen, because that's the ground wire. Green ground. Green ground, I think black is the load, white is neutral. So at least the load wire was well protected. But then neutral, what in the hell happened to you, neutral? What would drive a man to become so neutral? All right, anyway. Oh, wait, Conad's right there. Hey, hecklers is probably a little bit more accurate. But anyway, we got to redo this. I could try to find new spade connectors, but I think the situation around here for finding connectors like that is kind of grim. Let me grab the spade connectors that are across the shop. They're in the bins all the way over there, with all the other wiring stuff that we're going to take out a little later. So this kit is, oh, that's absolutely terrible. Yeah, there were no spade connectors in there anyway. Let me see here. The 3D printer has already started the new print. It looks all right. Looks kind of like a child's drawing at the moment, though. How's that look? Yeah, it's okay. It should do okay. All right, I'm looking for electrical doodads. If only I had electrical doodads in this shop. I also have some wire tie downs that I could maybe incorporate, but maybe over here. What happened to the kit that included? We might have to recycle the ones that I've already got here if I can't find the new ones, which I can't. All right. That's annoying. I don't know what happened to that. I should have bought a kit of these things as if I had the ability to think ahead, which I don't, apparently. Evidentially, I should say. Evidently. Okay, all right. So yeah, we'll proceed with recycling connectors. I wanted to start new with all the connectors, but ooh, that might have been a little crackly. Sorry. Let me know if my voice crackles. Yeah, where else would I have put stuff? Oh, maybe in the drawer. Hold on. Well, hopefully there won't be a next time anytime soon. Here's a shrink wrap. I'll have to get the heat gun out too. Heat gun, shrink wrap, solder. This is a good day. This will be fun. I enjoy this kind of stuff. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you guys, you weirdos. What's down here? I got a kit of capacitors. Yeah, no terminal connectors down here. I got those micro stepper motors too. Got to get back to the tank project one day. Nah, I don't see nothing down here. There is a kit somewhere. I mean, here are my ferrules, but ferrules aren't going to do us any good with this because nothing is a screw terminal on this computer. Wish I could use them. Ferrules are great. They really help. But spade connectors. Yeah, I don't know. There was a second kit floating around. I don't know what happened to them. Yeah, some other project would inevitably use them. Yeah, but that's how you achieve hoarder status. That's how I got here with a shop full of garbage that I don't have a use for. Or maybe one day I'll have one use for one thing in one drawer, and it'll justify the entire drawer full of garbage. That's how you get to where I am right now. But anyway, I can't wait for stuff to come in the mail. I need to do this stuff now. You know, this project is right in front of me. So that's what we'll do. I've never had problems with the AC input melting down, although I would like to source slightly larger wire for it. We don't need to include the ferrule this time because this thing is doing all of that transient filtering, and better nonetheless. We don't have a lot of space in that area. There's a lot of high voltage sitting around, a lot of digital signaling. At least this is the slow speed one, but these high speed differential signals are like right next to the power supply, which we gapped. We gave it a gap. It's got like 2-ish millimeters there, which should be fine for the amount of voltage that's there. It's a little dodgy. I might want to put a piece of plastic on it, but it should be okay. Hey, Eldergoth. So, yeah, all right, we're gonna recycle as little as I wanted to. Be nice to get like gold-plated super connectors that won't ever see any kind of corrosion at all. But nobody's perfect. All right, so I'm bringing out a vise. I guess a vise, a soldering iron, and a knife, right? I don't know if I need to put the big iron end on this thing. Probably should. Let's do thermals too. Turn on the thermal cameras, because we can. Why does your channel have a thermal camera? Why doesn't yours? You know, like, it's pretty affordable in terms of studio equipment nowadays. Of course, I had to design my own enclosure around this, which you guys still insufferably all wanted to, like, redesign. I'm in, like a catty mood with chat. I don't know why. All right, so. Call it hoarding, and meanwhile, this is Nightmare Joker. There I am, putting my 74 series logic chips in sockets, labeling all the PCBs, and taking them out and putting them in other things all the time, because YOLO. I have an entire thing of 7400 series logic chips that I would like to put to use someday. At some point, there will be a project where we can actually flex our 7400 series muscles. Aren't they a blast from the past, though, at this point? It's always fun to be able to run 5 volts to every chip and then just do up the logic and say, hey, I need an OR gate here. And so you plop an OR gate in the path. They're fast too. But I mean, like, you know, we have FPGAs now. If I'd taken a class in FPGA and learned a little Verilog, I would have been much better off. But no, they had to teach 7400 series logic to us. We learned all the tricks of logic gates, which are actually useful to know, to be fair. You know, how to reduce the number of logic gates in a project and stuff like that. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, I'm trying to get I don't have thumbnails anymore. After all the 3D printing, I don't have thumbnails anymore. Those are useful at one point. There we go. See, that would have been a good job for a thumbnail, just getting under the shrink wrap and peeling it off. Man, I guess I've got a little bit of one, but my fingers are like pain at this point. They're just pure pain. These look old. I don't like how old these look. I don't like it, chat. I would rather use new ones. I should order new ones, but I'm never going to remember to. It just always has a chip fab to make you a whole wafer full of stuff. It's expensive. 64s. What are you talking about? You can get an FPGA and literally all the logic chips you can eat. What are you talking about? You're talking crazy. There's the 7400 series logic stuff it's a blast from the past at this point. Now you can get away with like the odd OR gate or NOT gate every here and there, but you know, big old circuit that exists in like, you know, tons and tons of 7400 series logic chips. It's a thing of the past, man. FPGAs and CLPDs are nice, but you never have enough pins, really? I haven't done a lot with them. All right, I'm going to try to extract the wire from this thing. I don't think these are crimped. I think these are purely soldered. So I just need to get this whole thing up to soldering temp. And then I can extract the wire that's in there previously. I mean, the frayed edge is a symptom of my having soldered it. Bonk. Why bonk? What is bonk? Why does everything try to contact me when I'm streaming? Oh, I got some texts from some random fucking... Oh, boy. What's going on here? We're shutting down our 3G network to make improvements to our network. We're shipping you a new free cell phone to replace your device. What? This isn't a 3G phone. You'll find setup information in the box. If you don't activate your new cell phone, we will automatically activate it in approximately 30 days. Once your new cell phone is activated, your current cell phone will only be able to call 911 and 611 until February 2022. I think I'm going to have to call them and tell them that my phone is actually not just 3G. Although, to be fair, we don't get 4G here. I'm a little worried about that. Solder Squad. My hovercraft warranty. Oh no. No, it's shutting down the 3G when I don't even get. Actually, 3G is all I get here. Huh. I have to talk to somebody there because my HTC 10 is not exactly behind the curve on that one. I think maybe the HTC 10 was never like fully registered. I transferred the memory card over. Cordial Cephalopod subbing for 16 months. Why, thank you, sir. Let's put you up on the board. Eventually, whenever the Twitch API decides to catch up. I've had enough Red Bull today to make a mighty kidney stone. You know, a free phone is a free phone, but what are they honestly going to send me as a free phone? It's going to be like a Pixel 1 or something. It'll be some shitty phone. Free phone, my ass. I'll probably have to call them and be on like a bunch of holds for a long time and then finally get to a representative and be like, yo, I got an HTC 10. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And that'll be it. After being on hold for like 9 hours. Cordial Cephalopod, what is... Oh, it's trying to place Cordial Cephalopod still? Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. Found a spot. That's going to be happening more and more. And I'm going to need to do woodworking. Put a new board up. Luckily, wood prices are starting to somewhat stabilize. I don't know what live edge wood costs are going to be. That's where I want to go with it. Yeah, it's a Nokia 5110. Cordial Cephalopod, you're killing somebody. Some dog name I can't see because it keeps flashing. Thank you for the 16 months. Do we have bets on what phone I'm gonna get? Now I'm gonna try to call them because I don't want their trash phone. They're gonna send me like a BlackBerry. Yeah, live edge wood. Well, far be it from me to trust some random chat member to have any idea of the size of the board. Now I've said it many times what the dimensions are. I don't remember them. So maybe they remember the size that I said it was, but everyone says when they see this thing in person that it is much smaller than they thought it was. They say it's much smaller than they thought it was. It's not that big. It's 4 planks of maple stapled to one another with a little bit of the ends cut off. It's like 5 feet by 4 or something like that. So I mean, like, it's like smaller than a coffee table. I might be able to find a live edge board that kind of fits it. I'm hoping it might have to be one of those plank ones, so it'll be like an end to end, and then I'll have to lop off the side of it because it's never quite the right size. I'm hoping that Burn the Subs 3. I haven't determined what the size of Burn the Subs 3 is going to be at this point, but I'm hoping I can fit a larger area because I think that'll be a lot cooler to have more space. I'll have to remove some of the wall tiles in order to make that happen. But yeah, anyway. Boop, 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 pop. Back to recycling connectors, which is the last thing that I wanted to do. I still have this somewhere though, so we can replace these. A Pinecone head just subbed for the 2nd month with a Prime. hey, thank you for the Prime. If you guys got a Prime, use it. Because all that unused Prime money is sending Jeff Bezos into space. So if you sub with Prime to a streamer, you could stop that rocket in midair and it'll fall out of the sky. That's science. That's just science. Let's put a pine cone head up on the board. If the board can bother to place it, or if the API can bother to put it in. There it goes. Oh, that one placed much quicker. We're getting into the part where there are so many names on the board that it's a little bit of a statistical anomaly for it to get caught up on the name, but it can happen. Where's that going? Somewhere around here. Man, I've sat down to start rewiring like several times now. The stream needs to be a couple hours old before people start running out. Right below 3 bears. A pine cone head. Welcome to the board. Thank you for subbing. All right, back to wiring. I'll have to select wire for this too, but for right now, I need to grab these connectors. Oh no! Cordial Cephalopod has gifted 5 subs, going to Mr. Drillbit, Brandon Poli 5, so Brandon Police, Noise Source, Elder Goth, and Croplub. All right, well, let's see them choke up the board. This thing is gonna start to flip out. The cooling system is on. Any minute now, all those subs are gonna flood in from Cordial Cephalopod. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Man, the Twitch API sure is taking its time these days. There it goes. Oh, they all placed pretty quickly, but that was slow by comparison to how it normally does it. And onto the board those 5 gifted subs go. They're going to be so far flung from one another. Each name is going to be in a completely different quadrant, isn't it? Really? Really? All the way over here? It's hard for me to position the camera over here, so it kind of annoys me when they're all the way over here. Was that Mr. Drillbit? It was. Right by lucky number 7 and go on to Brandonopolis or something like that. Brandonopolis. I told you they would be as far away from one another as possible. That was the lower left-hand corner of the board. This one is going all the way to the upper right, unless this thing is, it's not going home because it would have hit the y-axis already. Look at that, all the way up in the upper right-hand corner. There is not even much board left. It's like a couple inches from the end. Brandonopolis. Welcome to the board. Oh, God, it's colliding with names. I don't know what happened. There must be like a database corruption or something. Because that's like, I don't know. There have been some like worse than collisions going on here. Something in our code is probably messed up. I don't know. Noise source. Welcome to the board. This is all thanks to Cordial Cephalopod and a generous gift of 5 subs. Bonk. Elder Goth. Welcome to the board thanks to Cordial Cephalopod. Without even moving the camera, Crapuleb. You're up by Kyra Abattoir. We got a slightly better shot of that. Thank you, Cordial Cephalopod. Make that rocket fall. Those weren't primes. Technically, Jeff Bezos will be fine because you already, guys, it's a joke. It's a joke. The jokes, man, come on. How old is the laser? Years and years. It started with a laser pointer that I had. I took the core out of that and put it into a new like XY table core. Then the glass broke on that one. It like popped out on the diode head, so I got a new one for that. And then I think that's the laser that we're using currently. And that was, oh man, that was a couple years ago. Yeah, the smoke isn't much. It's like lighting a match. That's it. It's even less than lighting a match. Be cool to mount the camera to laser head. Yeah, it would be. Boop, boop, boop. Every time. Every time. Every stream. Every time. Every stream. All right. So, back to what I was doing. Trying to get the old wire out of this thing. And unfortunately, I'm recycling connectors, which I really didn't want to do with this. But, I mean, this looks decent. There's at least enough. Oh, God. I got to do the procedure on this camera. This camera's pissing me off. So microscope properties, FPS would be 30. Click OK. Go to the properties again. Configure it. Turn off all of the automatic features that are all set improperly, including low light. Back. Do the white balance. Put the gain all the way down. Oh, look, suddenly everything looks good. Click OK. It's like the camera thinks it's smarter than, it's like chat. The camera thinks it's smarter than you, and then it resets a lot of it. You see that little glitch right there? Ridiculous. Depends. Do you think a photon is a wave or a particle? It's a particle that mimics the behavior of waves. Kind of like waves in the ocean are made up particles. I can't really say that very definitively because I haven't read the latest science. I'm not read up on all that stuff, but... Oh, look at how much better that looks. Okay, so, going back to this. Yeah, I mean, it's almost it's kind of a weird debate because it's like, we can operate it as both. All right, chat. Everybody's got to chime in now, all right? Actually, bother. Let me tell you how smart I am. I don't care. We're not working on waves and particles today. Physics question. Does the electron flow towards the plus side of the battery or the minus side? Fight. Ben Franklin fucked that all up for all of us back in the day. I'll never forgive him. All right, this is going to be ridiculously hard to work with, isn't it? It's just not going to heat up. That man was the true father of our nation. For varying reasons. Let's get a little flux on that. I need heat to get in there. I don't think I can get in there with anything. I can like barely get these things on the end. I can feel the wire in there. I just don't think the whole thing is heating up like I want it to. See if I can't extract the wire. I don't know if I can. That's going to make things annoying. Could I... Let me think about this. Poke it from the other side. I think the difficulty is just going to be heating it. The whole thing needs to get hot enough that it's all going to become molten solder, and then I could potentially get like a pick in there, maybe. Poke it out the other end. No, not while it's like that. Oh, hands in the way, sorry. Huh. I think this might be crimped. I don't know if I crimped it and soldered it, or if maybe it is just a heat delivery issue. I think there might be a little metal stopper right here that keeps you from putting the wire all the way through. In which case I'm going to have to find some of these crimps and replace them like I wanted to. It does seem to be molten all the way through now. I really don't want to... It may be tempting, but if I touch this with my hands, I'm going to hurt myself. That cooled off. See, the vise is also cooling it off, which is that can be a little bit of a problem. It does look like I've started it over here, so I might be able to get a pair of pliers and actually grab it and pull it out. Let us give it a try. Yeah, I think I need the big one. I think that might be part of the problem. Switch tips. Use the big one. That way we'll put a lot of heat down, and I can potentially extract the wire from this and replace it with new wire. Not plugging all the way? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have a butane soldering iron, but I haven't needed it lately because this 300-watt iron with this tip is indestructible. It can handle everything, and it does. Tweezers are starting to become the prevailing tool for this job. It is unfortunate that I have to recycle these connectors because it's not really a great idea to do that. Since this computer's been through the ringer, these terminals have also been through the ringer. There was some kind of like an overpower event that heated everything up. I can't really trace it to anything, but Really, honestly, these connectors should be crimped and not soldered. But I guess I'll be soldering these. God, this is like a popping video. Nice and clean. Clean, clean, clean. I really didn't think that would work so well. That's why I'm not paying attention to chat. That's why I'm not listening to you guys. Oops, wasn't on the thing. I think I lost my heating interface. All right, try again. I don't really want to cover this thing in solder, but I don't think I have much of a choice. Because a little bit of solder gives me an interface with it, and then it will heat everything else up. And I can explore whether or not there's any more little strands in here. Of course, the little strands will get pushed out when I go to solder new wire in, but... Oh, yep, there's one. Is that solder? I think that was just solder. I didn't even think that was a strand. Huh. It's a strand type game. That's what this is. Get that little piece off the end of my pen tool. Adam, I'm gonna have to request that you stop telling me what to do. Are those little pieces of wire up there? They might be. Strand stand. I don't see it. Yeah, there's still little bits left. I think it's okay though. Really, I could probably just heat it up and then bang it against something and then everything would fall out. But I think this is okay. I think I extracted enough from it. So I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of flux and then desoldering braid. And that should pull everything, all the excess out of it, and that way I can fit it for a new wire. Unfortunately, it's soldered. It really shouldn't be. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't have the big desoldering braid anymore. I don't know if this is very effective. I can't really find like a surface to get this on. So maybe we'll just forego this and I'll get a new wire to put into this. No, wait, I think it just got to temperature there. It's really frustrating because you need a lot of heat to get in here. Of course, this connector is going to remain super duper hot for a little while. Damn it. This thing sucks. All right, how's that look? Does that look good enough? Kind of. Yeah, I can sort of see through that. All right. That's one. Got to do the other two. Where'd my knife go? Where'd the knife go? How does... Oh, there it is. It was like right everywhere I could see. Oh, well. Man, everybody's a critic. Even Celia. It's like... You guys just accept that this is how I'm doing it today. Save yourself the aggravation, because I don't have any more of these spade connectors. If I do, I don't know where they are. In a drawer somewhere, deep in the subcockles of my lab. And so I'm not going to spend an entire session today looking around and under stuff. You're just gonna have to come to terms with the fact that this is the way that I'm doing it today. Even I don't like it. Sorry to do this to you guys, but sometimes you gotta improvise. I don't know. You guys just want me to buy everything new, huh? I'm gonna turn you guys on emote only or something. I'm not actually gonna do that, but I would like to get a connector kit, but I don't have time. I'm not judging. This is somebody who's clearly judging me. I don't know if you guys know what you see, what it's like. Put yourselves in my shoes for a second here. Are we just looking around in the lab for parts today? What is this? This sucks. Oh, are we recycling parts today? What is this? This sucks. I hate oh bother. That's why I'm typing into his chat. Like, I can't win. We can try the solder sucker on this, but I don't think it'll be too effective. Actually, I think I got most of it off of there. I didn't get anything. It's once I remove the lion's share of the solder, I am now putting metal directly up against metal with no interface between the two. So you can see it's actually difficult for me to get heat into it now that I've removed that wire. Now the question is, oh yeah, there's a lot of solder in there. So yeah, I have to have a better interface for heat getting into this thing. So what I can do is paradoxically add a little bit of solder. And that comes with a little bit of the rosin core. Oh, that was a very hard burp that I just did. A little bit of the flux, and it produces that liquid metal interface between two pieces of metal. So the thing I'm trying to heat now has a greater surface area of contact. I can give that a second to get nice and toasty. Solder sucker to the end, and schloomp. I think I got a lot there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a lot of solder. Yeah, part of hardware stuff is recycling things when you're in a pinch. Now this is still going to be molten hot. Let me get tweezers to handle it. Recycling stuff when you're in a pinch, or even when you're not in a pinch, is a time-honored tradition of this hobby. And it is worth spending your time on, even if it's the most frivolous task, because it is practice. It's practice for when shit hits the fan. When you're out at an art exhibition and your stuff breaks, how are you going to repair it? I need a paper clip and a cocktail napkin, you know, which I have done. I have done fixes like that in the field, in a literal field, actually. Okay. All right, last one. Yeah, this is the AC interface for the computer, so all the current is coming through this. I don't know how many amps at 120 volts this thing is drawing. I mean, 600 watts, so it'd be 600 over calculator. 600. What is it? Over 12. Or sorry, over 120. So 5 amps max coming through here. Story time. I had my soldering iron. I had a gas soldering iron on me, but we've deployed our fire cannons in several different festivals, and they've broken in every conceivable way. Usually it's people calling me over because Jesse, your thing doesn't work. The fire cannons aren't working. And then I go over and I'm like, you're on the wrong MIDI channel. You need to be on channel 1 or channel 0. And they're like, oh. And then they just keep using my fire cannons, which always work, right? 600 watts at 100% efficiency. No, it'd be 600 watts at 100% utilization. We're talking about the AC going into the device, not the amount of 12 volts that I get out the other end. If I were to calculate that, yeah, that would be calculated at, that would have been a 100% efficiency. 5 amps at 120 volts is what this thing can maximally draw. So it actually will go over that. So we need to plan on something like 6 amps of power coming in. Maybe even 7. Actually works like a charm. Look at how clean that is. I'm going to do that to the first one. Maybe it'll grab some of the wire as it sucks. I don't know. Let's go heat. Try that. There we go. Just gonna let that work as a plug to extract out all the little wire strands that are still left in there. This is the one that broke off. It didn't do anything. I can still see wire strands. Oh well. Didn't do a damn thing. Uh-oh, that's there we go. Jeez. Okay, so I need to find wire, which I've got plenty of, because I never throw anything out, because I'm a goddamn pack rat. It's terrible. So let me get the totally well-organized bin of various wires. I'll find ones that fit the color coding for AC, so I don't electrocute myself one day. Look at how wonderfully organized this is. Just the perfect box. Why? Oh, God, I ate too quickly. That's what I did. I wolfed down that sushi, and now I'm like... yeah, I'm having to do that because of heartburn. Damn. That was a bad idea. That rice with sugar in it is... horrible. It is detrimental to my well-being overall. Now I could use this wire. I think that's a little thick for our purposes. Let's pull up a wire chart. Let's see what we can do. Well, the problem isn't really the sushi so much as it is no planning for it. And so my glucose level is like going up into the stratosphere right now. My glucose level is rising faster than the insulin is going to react in my system, which I guess the higher glucose level, my stomach starts to go nuts. 80% efficiency is 125% waste as converting watts to... No, you guys are thinking about this wrong. Why? Chat, you guys get off on this stuff where you try to show that you know what you're talking about, and I don't need you to. Because what I said is correct. We need to plan for 600, maybe a little bit more watts, because this is the power coming from the wall into the computer. So the efficiency doesn't factor into this. This is what can potentially be drawn from the power supplies. The efficiency is on the other end. The efficiency is when you calculate how much 12 volts I'm going to get out of this thing. Okay, all right. Unless I missed what you guys are talking about. No, I didn't. Don't put him in jail too long. Bring him back. Bring him back. I don't want to discourage people from chatting. All right. So I need wire size. Wire amp chart. Oop. The one that I like to go to is PowerStream, because it looks like an ancient website from back in the days when the internet was still fun. Why were you talking about AC to DC conversion loss? It doesn't factor into anything we're working on. Here to learn, you're a really good source of knowledge on EE. Thank you. I don't think so, but I don't agree with that, but I'm glad you're getting something out of this. We're going for 5 amps. We're not thinking about power transmission. This is pretty much chassis wiring. So 4.7, 23 gauge. That is ludicrous. All right, so we're going to use 18 gauge, which has an overhead of 14 amps. So, oh, there you go. Yeah, I'll probably use that in the future because I just search it. Although I do like showing you guys the process of searching for something and then finding what you're looking for, you know? Now, if we were technically doing power transmission, which we're not, like a power cable, I mean, we could go to 15, 14 gauge wire, but we are pretty much chassis wiring, so we can go to 18 gauge and we'll have a bit of overhead. And a lot of this computer project is kind of min-maxy. We're kind of min-maxing it a little bit. Oh, where was this wire a minute ago? Put that over there. All right, so I need 18 gauge power wires. I've got a bunch in here. I'll try to find something that I've cannibalized in the past. Like this is like above and beyond the call. I mean, I could use this stuff, but I think it's just way too inflexible for what we're trying to do. These are 18, but they're not the right color code. 14, but they are the right color code. This stuff is solid. That is a solid strand for in-home wiring. This stuff is about the thickness that I want. This is one of the power cables that I like, the flat ones. This isn't very flexible, but it's got a lot of shielding around it. Oh, you know what? Those don't break away. The ground wire in this one is a wire, but then the phases are just jacketed material. That is an audio cable, and I'm not going to use that. Nope, that's another audio cable. We got to dig deeper. Got to dig deep in the pile. Should be able to find something. Oh, these are looking pretty good. Yeah, let's use these. Okay, cool. Found one. It's just a power cable. You can buy power cables from stuff. I think this one with the blue connector came from my old floor fan. All right. We'll use that. Yeah, I mean, if I dug around the shop a little bit more, I could probably find new spade connectors. I don't necessarily think I need them, but those are, those are a little bit old. They're a little bit oxidizy. So I'm just going to use a different AC cable. Now, these are not very flexible. We pretty much, to go from the spades to the connector, we need to do a loop-de-loop. I'm going to do a loop-de-loop just to make sure that there's enough wire that things can, you know, be flexible in there. So we'll go out, down, under, around, and then into this connector. We'll have to figure out what that length is going to be. And then I need to go into the drawers in order to find this guy. And I know I've got these, and I'll have to find a place that I can actually tie this down to that'll be a ground. And I think it's probably a screw post. So I'm going to have to undo a screw post and then screw this thing in, which may need to get a lock washer on it as well, in order so that it can actually give ground to all the stuff that needs ground. There's a lot of X and Y capacitors on this circuit in order to make sure that under weird electrical stuff happening, all of the transients are filtered out to where they need to go. All right. Don't try this at home. And the only piece of advice that I would give you for not trying this at home is to go slow, because you don't want to, if you slip, your hand is directly behind this. All right, here's a power wire. little bit of that talc or whatever it is that they use to keep the wires from. I can't cut it with that. Use this. Is that not enough? I think that's enough to do a nice little loop. Might be a little too short. That was not enough. God damn it. Ah, not enough. Hands of a surgeon. I'm going to need surgery if I slip. Okay. Try not to go all the way through on that because I don't want to cut the wire underneath. Where's my cut? There it is. Need to get it started. You know what's fun? Safety and doing your homework. Do your homework, kids, and be safe. Don't go outside. Ever. All right, cut it down here. Bop. Now we sell the copper. All right, so these are our new power wires. Yeah, before I figure out the length, let's just get them soldered. And I want to get the jacket like right up against the metal so that the shrink wrap can get over top of this. Keep it all completely isolated because I don't want to fuck around with power input. What's up, Grumpix Gamer? Drink your drugs, don't do milk. Saturday TV Funhouse is a fun show. Oh god, that got in the graphics card. I'm gonna have to fish little bits of little bits of jacketing. That literally just went bloop, and I heard a little clink noise from inside of there. Okay. Speaking of, I just heard a little crackle from the 3D printer. I'm gonna go check on that. This has been my whole weekend, by the way, is just checking up on the 3D printer. It lifted. Son of a bitch. It lifted like what? Yeah, it's completely not attached at all, whereas the other side is sticking. You son of a bitch. You killed my father. All right, I'm gonna stop the print. I'm gonna have to get over this problem somehow. It might be that the glue didn't like it, or just this distance is not good. Which means I need to pull up Octoprompt. Look at this, 95% of the way through, and I gotta cancel it. I'll have to figure that out. I was able to print the other material just fine. I think raising the bed temperature might be the way to do it. I'm gonna let it cool off for a little bit and then I'll start again. I know, all the staples around here that I rely on are starting to like fail in weird and horrible ways that are unpredictable. Luckily noticeable. No, it's just the nature of what I'm printing. I mean, this stuff, the opaque stuff, that stuck just fine. So it's just a matter of finding the numbers that I want to run and running them. The translucent material seems to like higher temperatures, even though it tends to get a bit melty at those higher temperatures. That's just how it's going to be. Then I'm going to have to factor that in. That's one. Do the other one on the scope so you guys can see it. This is how I originally made them. I'm just gonna have to find shrink wrap that gets over that little end just to make sure that that's nice and stable. So it doesn't fray like the other one did. Go. that. Add solder to the end of the wire. Got all that weird, the weird like powder that they put on everything. Get this over here. Oh, is the camera all weird? Leaving a lot of like trails behind stuff. It shouldn't look like a glow stick in the middle of the night. There's plenty of light around here, so I don't know what it is. Oh, I gotta straighten this out before I solder it. Be good to get some new copper on everything. Hello? There it is. Okay, what is happening right now? Okay, there we go. The jackets for wires like this hate heat. They do that thing where they pull back from all the heating, and then if I apply heat for too long, it will solder for, like, it'll act like a solder wick, and the solder is going to travel up the wire and stiffen it too much. You can see what's happening here with the jacket kind of like melting away. This is why you don't really want to solder these connections. Rather crimp them. But I don't have a good enough crimp to really do them justice. So I'm going to solder them again, but I don't like it. I don't have to like it. A little bit of solder on there. Punch it in here. Why is it not going in? Come on, man. You know, one strand is kind of being annoying, but the rest of them seem to have followed suit. Oh boy, please don't fray out and become all disgusting. All right, I got to leave that until it's cooled off enough. A lot of heat going around in this stuff. Trick, I think maybe the trick is I'm going to put 2 pieces of shrink wrap on this. One to specifically get around that collar, and then the other one to cover over the spade connector, so that, you know, there isn't open AC connections on the interior of the computer. Usually this stuff would be hidden away inside of your power supply's enclosure. Next. That's funny, you know, it's running a high frame rate, and the exposure is set closed enough that I think it should be able to capture stuff without streaks, but I guess that's just what it's doing today. All right, add a little bit of solder to this thing. And we're just doing the work right now. Got a lot of work to do, chat. We got a lot of wiring to do. No, that one's going to go all the way up, but not to the stopper, huh? I've seen wires directly soldered to fuses and power supplies. Oh my god. That's really weird. I mean, there are through-hole fuses, but that actually turned out pretty okay. Maybe I should have been cutting them a little shorter. The other ones, I got the wire all the way up to that stopper, which makes me think that these are actually solder, not crimp. I don't know. Solder directly to a glass fuse. Doesn't that risk breaking the connection from the end cap? That's wild. That is wild. All right, so I need to determine the length of these. Actually, before I even do that, we can do the shrink wrapping. We'll do the shrink wrapping. Let me get my torch. Rather, my hot air gun. I put that under the desk for once. It used to live right next to a bunch of stuff, but this creates a little bit more room. I had a friend berate me about buying a cheap heat gun. He bought a German heat gun, And he was like, that thing is crap. It's like, I've had this heat gun for years, and it does the job that I want it to do, which is produce heat. I haven't needed to get the super, why was it on? I haven't needed to get a super fancy one. I don't know, his claim is that it's built better, but I don't know. Like, this one will last. It's not cheaply built. It's like, well, my cheaply built one is lasting too, so. Plus, by the time this thing goes bad, it's just like, just buy another one. I've seen people solder wires to coin cells, directly to coin cells, not spot welded. Yeah, that's tough to do, though. It's tough to get the solder to stick when you do stuff like that. I mean, isn't that essentially what people tell you to do to make those LED throwies? That super irresponsible thing? Should I color coordinate these, or should I just do whatever? Just make them ugly. Use red. I think I should color coordinate them. It looks better. 1, 2, and then green. We'll just do it. We'll just be fancy with this. Actually, I could do clear. Aren't they sometimes clear? Clear's not going to look very good, though, so I could do clear around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. Yeah, that should do. Okay, so green. If you really want specific information about exactly how you're supposed to do this kind of stuff, I would refer you to the NASA wiring guide, because they have a specific way they do stuff. That's pretty crazy. I don't have enough of the big stuff, do I? I got the big stuff, not the big stuff. Oh, here's some. Here's some. Maybe I can make this work. Oh, I've only got this much. That ain't gonna do it. I could do like 2 of them. I'll have to make it work. We'll have to make it work. Nope, I can't. I will have to do one of them in a different color. What? Let's see. Well, I don't have a green one, so I guess black, white, and green. Alrighty. That's gonna be weird. That's gonna be weird, but I don't have the shrink wrap for it, so oh well. Yeah, you have to like scratch the battery terminal and then use a lot of flux. But it's not a very reliable way to do it, because you often don't get it to stick to that, whatever that chrome is on the end of the battery. Look at that, that's gorgeous. That is a gorgeously shrunk-wrapped, crunch-wrapped terminal. If only I could get them all to look like this, but I don't have the shrink wrap, so fuck it. The green one is the only one that's going to look like this. Mark my words. NASA's sort of the only sort of respectable part of the US government. All right, guess. You're not going to shit your pants if NASA's at the door, you know? Hey, NASA's here to see you. Why? Hey, the IRS is here to see you. Oh, fuck! You know? Like... There's respect and then there's fear. Hey, the CIA is here to see you. What the fuck? Ah! Get my go bag. We're leaving through the back window. Yeah, Space Force is here to see you. All right, that's laughable. You laugh when the Space Force is there to see you. I really wish I had more of that clear. I'm kicking myself because I really would want to do all three of these in clear because then you can see into them. But I guess I'll put this stuff over it. I guess. The primary purpose of this is to keep from shorting when I have the computer open. I'm using 2 pieces of shrink wrap because I want full coverage of the connector, because in the ones we saw before, right where the shrink wrap for the spade terminal stopped, everything was starting to fray and break apart. So I want to cover this over so that this isn't the spot where it flexes. It might still be, but at least I've done a little bit to prevent it from being. Also, actually, you know what? That would totally fail in what I tried to do. So I need to cut another one. I failed. That one did not work. This jacket needs to go up to the this one failed too. Fuck. I might have to do them all again. But I don't have enough of this stuff. Damn. Damn it. So, I probably should have had this extend all the way out. Even though this is kind of there. Well, I mean, I guess this is bolstering it, and when I flex it, it wants to flex at the jacket. So I guess we'll continue on, but this would have been a little bit more effective if I had the shrink wrap over the whole thing, go out to the sleeve of the wire all the way out here, and then it would have like really enforced it. I guess this will be okay though. Not ideal. You say, it's not supposed to ever flex. Well, it will. It will in the course of its lifetime. I will have this thing apart and back together so many times that it'll show signs of wear eventually. These crimps don't hold on to the jacket of the wire. That's why I'm doing this as well. No, it can get close though, and if it gets close to the wire portion, it'll discourage the flexing of the metal only. There is like 1 to 3 shrink wrap, like stuff that shrinks a lot, that I think would maybe get down to the level that I'm trying to get it to. This one I got to be real careful of. This is the phase wiring. This one I don't really want anything to hang out. This is as good as it's going to get. It's fusing tape. That's an odd one. Shrink wrap is fine. Shrink wrap is fine. Shrink wrap does a great job. Yeah, it's not as even with the front as I would like it to. I forgot it was hot. As I would like it to be, but that's okay. Have you built an antenna from scratch? That's what I just did. I literally just did that. Yeah, that's an antenna. But yes, I have. Brought a heat gun, turned it on for the first time. It just smoked. But the fan never turned on. That sounds like you bought a bad heat gun. This one has never produced smoke in its lifetime. I mean, the big construction heat guns, I don't know. I don't think assembly oil is really a thing in the heat guns, so. All right, new spades. Who dis? Ground, phase, and neutral. Good. All right, let's move on. We're going to need more shrink wrap, so I'm going to keep this out. We're taking it easy today. I'm going nice and slow because I'm going to have to do all this stuff on Wednesday as well. It is. I looked it up. This one's never produced smoke. All right, I got to get this thing over here, so I guess I got to clean up my toys. Clean up my toys, and bring the computer over to this side, and we'll assess. Bought my heat gun to change my hockey stick blades, still going 20 plus years later. That's crazy. Some designs are just like that, right? You buy one. I didn't even expect this one to last very long, but it just works. I use it for little bursts of heat. Got over here. This stuff out of the way. Scissors. Oh, the tree I forgot to put away. Wait, one of these is not like the other. This is the piece of wire that I took away. All right. But a really, really cheap one from China. Works really well. Yeah, it's basically what I did. Same thing. Okay. Oh man, I gotta take out the garbage. Big stack of garbage over there. When I'm throwing stuff away, I'm just putting it on top of a big pile of bullshit. All right, so power input. Over here. I don't know which one's load and neutral on this thing. They're not, it would be really nice if they could have labeled these a little bit for you, but they didn't. I bought these off of Amazon, and it's just like a little choke coil type thing, right? It's supposed to just kind of like make sure that the power coming in from the wall is nice and clean. So load and neutral would typically be also labeled on the connector, and they're not. Wow, this is irresponsible. These are, see all those markings on the inside of these things? So 10 amp at 250 volts. We're using 5. Underwriter Lab. Committee Europini, that's what it is. Committee Europini, chat Europini, and then whatever that label is. But no load and neutral. They couldn't be bothered to give me an L and an N on this thing. Nor does this, although it does imply that whatever pin is wherever goes to the corresponding side. I don't know why they would cross it over. It's not China export. They're far enough away from each other. Okay, maybe they're not. Maybe it is. Yeah, it might be China export. I take that back. That's China export. Yeah, we get a tilde on one of the sides, which could mean about 10 amps, 250 volts. And then this side, nothing. Nothing but nothing. And clearly we know that that's ground. EMI filter from Xi'an. All right, so I'm gonna go with one side is the same side as the thing. That's the thing. Now we'll just go side by side. So on, I guess I'm gonna have to pull up the connector type. A little piece of 3D print material got on top of the graphics card. I'm gonna have to shake out this graphics card when we're done here because this thing is it's full of crap. You don't have to sacrifice the power cord. They're written on the power cord. I'm too lazy to bend down and get a power cord off of out of the plug bin or out of the wiring bin that I have on the other side of the shop. So I'm just gonna Google it. Images. Bum 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 bum. Or wait, we could do it this way. Anyway, down here, and then we can see neutral and load. and ground are all completely labeled. That's all we need. So now I know that neutral is on the right-hand side of this connector. So I'll plug the white wire in there. I don't even need to actually know which one is which at this point, although I can take a marker and put a mark in this thing to tell me which one is which. So I'll just put an L by load. Oh, good, that's very visible. The metallic green marker on a piece of metal. Okay. That worked really well, didn't it? Did I have a Sharpie up here? Thought I did. I have a whiteboard marker. Surely that will remain. There it is. It's been hiding. There it is. Sharpie's not really going to stick around either, but I don't feel like making a label for it. I'll just put L right there. Done. Oh, I think I got silver marker on my Sharpie. As long as there's something there, I'll know which one's which, but... So, plug in the spades. Wonderful little bastards that they are. 1, 2, 3. We can see exactly how little room I have in this thing for wires to go places. Let's see here. Well, this one's not even going to be... This one goes into the case, but I'll move that out of the way. So, we're going from here. Of course, this panel in the back is, of course, going to get reprinted. So which one do I want where? Well, I can have the neutrals closer to stuff. Flip that over like this. And then both of the neutrals are close to things. But then how do I get over here? I mean, maybe we go down and under and around? Oh boy. Yeah, I think that's where we need to go. Oh my god, this is a cursed wire run because I can't quite get it to go back there, and I really want to get it out of the way. So I think this has to go like that, and then up. It's just an unfortunate geometry. So down and around. Well, that's sloppy, but gotta make it work. Not to mention the ground lug is probably going to go right there. Which is an odd distance for it to travel, but if that goes there, and then these two here, and those will have... See, I gotta like push it all the way into that area. Actually, I think maybe the lengths that I cut were exactly right. Yeah, it seems like it is. Seems like it is. I don't like it to be up against the graphics card, but I'll wrap it in something, I guess. It takes up this whole area. I mean, if I use the smaller power plug, it won't, but... Man, looking at you bums me out. I wish I were smart. I'm not smart. I'm not smart. Don't get it wrong, man. I'm just clever. Knowing where to get the information from, I guess, is... Like, I don't know. In my opinion, smartness is just being adamant about finding the answer to stuff. I could do the whole power wire up like this, but I think I'd rather go under the thing, because I think that packs it under the... Oh, fuck. Look at that. What did I get for eating sushi? Jesus Christ. Look at that hump. You guys are wondering why I was so prickly earlier. Why is this camera so bright? I think some... Okay, hold on. Setup. Let's do the arm procedure. That's a little better. That's a little better. Yeah, it's because of the color of the plastic. You know, I'm actually thinking that I might want to keep these the length they are, because then I can loop this around. It kind of sucks having to have this much power cable sitting around all of your low voltage electronics, but having it go down, under, and around, and then go up into this plug. I don't want it to be flopping around up here because it's kind of in the way. I could shorten it significantly by just doing a loop like that, but I think it's kind of sloppy to have it up here. And this thing should clean up the power a lot, but I don't want it to, I don't know. Let me think about this a little bit. I don't want a lot of airflow blocked in this area, though there's not a lot of airflow here, except for the grating up on top. How much dust this is going to collect? The bottom piece? I think I'd rather go under still. What do you guys think? Over or under? I mean, if it's up like this, there's potential for it to kind of like get to where the top grating needs to go. Plus, it doesn't look as clean. I'm going to go under, I think. And have these all be equal. Well, the green wire needs to be longer. It's not. That's going to mess with it. Yeah, let's go under. Hold on. I have to do this. Send a loop. Underneath you go. To the shadow realm. All right, there. Like that. That like this. This thing under there. This goes over here. This goes there. This goes there. Okay, so these I can cut here. Well, unless I really want to run that the full length, and then this needs to like sneak under there to get to its ground lug. Okay, you know what? I'm going to leave them the length they are. It seems uncoordinated, but they are apparently a good length as they are at the moment. On to the next part. So one of these gets a little loop, little 3mm or whatever width loop on this, because I didn't use a 3-pin connector. I used a 2-pin Molex. Probably should have done the 3, but I liked having neutral and load separate. Or the original design actually called for spade lugs, and I bought these spade lugs that you solder down onto the board. But then I realized that it was this big exposed spade lug that was sitting right next to a big exposed spade lug that could move in like this. And there were times when I dropped a screwdriver on it and it made an enormous spark. So instead I got these Molex connectors, which I think were 3-pin, and I just popped out the middle pin. They also sell these in a 2-pin version, but that's what I used here, and I have extra pieces of metal on them in order to make it a right angle version of that connector, a board edge version, which is not incredibly good engineering, but it gets the job done. So that's what's going to be here. I cheated on some of this stuff, and I reap the consequences of that sort of thing. So let me find, I've got one extra of these little weirdos sitting around. This will be our backup, just in case I really need to use it. And of course, we're not putting a ferrule on this, because we've got that other transient filter, and the ferrule's not really going to do a whole hell of a lot at that point. So let's see here. I have a bin full of connectors, and then one of them is going to be the thing that I'm looking for. And then hopefully some of the excess connectors in the bin are going to be the other things. Now, if that wiring situation didn't really work out, I do have other alternative power input connector thingies, and I bought some actually from DigiKey that ended up in these bins, but I don't think we're going to need them. I have one without the big filter on it. I need to restart that print in a minute. Where be they at? I remember seeing this thing rattling around in these bins as like a token of projects past. I never thought I'd be revisiting this like this, huh? I didn't have room to put a power switch in the back either. Just unplug it to turn it off. Do I see it? I don't see it. A lot of the fan connectors. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. The thing is, this is like a part that I've had in these bins for so long that it will be very easy for me to overlook it when I actually do find the right thing. So I wanna make sure I don't overlook it. I know you're in here somewhere. I can smell you. I think those are the ones. Those are the ones. Question is, do I have the crimps? We're gonna have to recycle some of the XT connectors too, because I don't have enough of those. Don't have enough of those. I need to buy a set of XT connectors. What is this and why did I hang on to it? Okay. What is this and why did I hang on to it? Ooh, these are not the right thing. I need a 3-pin. Here they are. All right, so I did order a bunch of them, which is always nice. Ordered a bunch of these, and then I lost... Here are the spade connectors, by the way, that I was talking about. They were literally just right angle spade connectors that go through hole into the board. But then I realized, even with jacketed spade connectors plugged into these, they're still right next to each other, and they can just go... There's still a big exposed terminal. All right, I think these are the crimps for them. Looks about right. Tweezers, tweezers, tweezers. My fingers are too clumsy for this. Screw terminals, I think, were too big. Although, if it was just like a screw-down spade lug, yeah, that would have been a better idea. And then I could have done that thing where you solder the threaded insert to the board. I like doing that. I like that method. Where you take a brass threaded insert and you have your PCB on top of it, and you have a screw coming in from the other end. From the other end. Delicious. Couldn't get to the mute button in time for that one, sorry. All right. Gold. Beautiful, beautiful gold. Now that is for one of these. I haven't crimped one of these in a long time. Let's take a look what we're up against. I'll have to find the appropriate crimper for this. I think this thing should be able to do them. Probably using this one, the one with the circle. The rounded end, although that seems a little small for it. Possibly that's going to be the way to go. This is all I got, so if this doesn't work, then then we're up Shit's Creek, my friends. Oh, there you go. That just pulled right out. Yeah, these are overlapping, so the best one to use is going to be the circular one. And I soldered this, which was not cool. Not cool, man. That shouldn't need to be soldered. There should be enough pressure that this thing exerts on that in order to create an electrical interface that does not have solder on it. Yeah, it's not going to work. It's going to have to be this one. Darn. Hey! Dion Starfire! I know. Go back. I'm going to go back in time and just smack myself. Exactly. Dion Starfire! Finally, for a moment when you're not soldering, heat gunning, or doing finicky detail work. Well, I don't get to decide that. I don't get to decide what moment I use in order to burn a name onto the board. That is entirely automated, and it's part of the stream. I'm going to get a glass of ginger ale before returning to the desk. And also clean the bed on the printer, because I think higher temperature might be the answer for keeping those ends down, but it might also ruin part of the print. Not looking forward to that. Oh my god, Dion, could you not be in the very edge of the frickin', like, come on. God, the board is just algorithmically annoying me today. Dion Starfire, you're by Wooden Monkey 9920. Poober. Ian's Cult Gaming? No. Lana Cult? I can't. Yeah, I think it's Ian's Cult Gaming. Yeah. Welcome to the board. I'm living on the edge. That's not something to be proud of. It's so annoying. That rounded crimp is really good for DuPont connectors. Yeah. This crimper is for smaller stuff. I do have other crimps. I could take a look and see if I have a big yellow one somewhere. There it is. I see it. It's across the room. I said it was big. I didn't lie. This one actually might be the one that I use. Oh, it's cheap. Oh, it's cheap. Ooh, it's not good. It's not good. It's real bad. It's not linking. It like immediately broke. And now it's just open permanently. Oh my god, this thing sucks. There it goes. This thing sucks. All right. Maybe I'll use it. Maybe that'll be the answer. I need ginger ale though first. They didn't have Canada Dry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, chat. I didn't get the good stuff. I couldn't. I got cheap, shitty ginger ale. Schweppes, 0 sugar. What a world to live in. What a horrible, horrible world. All right, anyway. Moving along. Now that I have a full glass of stuff to spill all over everything. All right, hopefully that'll keep the heartburn at bay. This is not store brand junk, I guess. You know what? This thing isn't gonna do much better than the other one. This is the good one. The good one for all the small crimps. These are, I found a guy online whose whole thing is crimping. He reviews crimpers and how accurate they are. Interesting. I think crimping needs to be put into focus a bit more because it's not something that people like. I don't know. I haven't found a whole lot of like knowledge base on the whole thing. What a good crimper is, one that's going to help you actually make a decent wiring harness without going to the manufacturer and buying their like absolutely criminally overpriced crimper. I don't know how this is going to work. It seems like it's going to work. I guess let's just go for it, huh? Mr. Pinch is that what it's called? I pinch. Maybe little pinch. Let's see. How much wire am I going to need on these? I am going to need that much. That's not a lot. That's not a lot indeed. Well, what you do. Now, if I really want to be crazy about this, it's like that. And the connector faces... Hold on, wait, that goes in like that. And then the flat part sticks over there. So I want to put this thing on like this. Oh, great, the wire doesn't fit in. I jumped the gun, and now I ruined one of them. Son of a bitch. The wire's too thick to fit in there. Now, can I disengage this one? Yeah. Ow. They're never kind. Matt Millman. Okay. Crimping is one of those weird things, huh? Guess it doesn't matter if there's a little bit more wire on this. I'm just a little concerned that this isn't going to crimp down properly because the wire is so big. Jacket for the wire. Shit. This is completely failing in every respective way that it possibly could. Try again. Try again. Yeah, the wire's too thick for it. It's too thick, chat. Too thick. Fuck. No. I'll get that later. I'll get that later. I don't need that. I don't need that right now. Nope. Don't need it. I mean, I could almost use like a different crimper that only does the metal end, and then I could possibly use a pair of pliers to do the back part. Although there's a chance that this will work. Problem is holding it still while I grip it in the crimper. Ah, you bastard. I almost had it. That was actually a drop. Yeah, everybody missed it. Everybody missed it. It's probably like not quite visible. I'm gonna give it a little bit more. I'm gonna give it a little bit more wire. Maybe that'll help. This thing's cursed. I just want to make sure to actually use the crimper instead of having it like falling out of it like these are. I would hate for this to get like hot and then desolder. Fuck. Nope. Went in sideways. It went in sideways. Abort. All right, how am I going to do this? This is frustrating. This is like a two-person job. Because the problem is the wire doesn't slip in, and so I can't prep it in the jaws of this thing. And what I really like to do for this process is prep it and have everything kind of poke into itself. Maybe I can force it down there a little bit, and that way everything is in the right spot for when I do get it into the crimper. That's going to pop off immediately. Okay, all right. You know what? All right, okay. All right. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll get it. I get it. Press fit that in there. No, I'll get it. Okay, all right. You know, like, just the worst. This is not meant for wire of this size. I should have used smaller wire. I guess the old one did too. Use smaller wire. It's like as soon as it starts to go into the jaws, it'll hit one side and then popping out. It'll like pop it out. Because like one side will hit the jaw instead of actually like going into it as it should. This is basically what this is I'm using a crimp size that is too small for this, which is doable, but it's not easy. You utter fucking asshole. All right, come on. You do this. I can do this. I can get this. This is going to have the same results. As soon as it starts to go in, it gets crooked. Gets tilted. And then it doesn't go all the way in straight, and then everything goes wrong like it's about to. I'm going to try it. I'm going to give this a shot. Yeah, see, and then it gets stuck because it's too small. That appears to have worked. Not really well, though. Not really well, but it is over the thing. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think this crimp is made for smaller wire. So it is grabbing the jacket, for better or for worse. It is definitely crimped around the wire itself. I'm going to give that a squeeze and kind of shore it up to make sure that it's actually covering the jacket. Because what I like is when the jacket sticks out of here just a little bit, so that you have a little bit of jacket material on the right-hand side of the crimp. But I don't know if that's available for this type. So not much I can do about this. Because as this flexes throughout its lifetime, it is going to start breaking at the jacket. And I want it to flex the jacket instead of breaking the jacket. Really, it's not meant for this type of like crimper that doubles it back on itself. It's meant for the type that just ushers it into like a circle, hugging it. I guess that's all right. I guess that's all right. Just like that one. This one goes here. Yep, nope, still too big. I could put a little piece of shrink wrap on this. I'll make it too big for this thing. Already kind of is. Well, hopefully that doesn't bust out. All right, that should be a pretty good crimp. By all means, I don't want anything to infiltrate that side of this thing. Hey, Krillin. Yeah, helping hands wouldn't even work in this. The unhelpful hands. All right. I hope this makes good electrical connection. I don't see how it couldn't. On to the next failure. Failure to crimp. I'm going to try to like make the wires sort of sit next to one another, but I don't know if that'll actually happen. I hear you can heat it up with like a heat gun and get the wires to kind of settle in. I don't know how much I trust that though. Fuck. All right, I got to lean on the table now. For some reason, I'm like tensing up as I do this, and it's making my legs tired. I think we should be able to crimp these all right. It's just, they are really meant for a slightly smaller wire than this. They're really meant for smaller wire than this, and it shows. I hate everything. I hate everything. I like barely touched it, and the thing's just like, all right, I'm leaving, bye. It's like, get back here, I'm not done with you yet. All right, let's see. That, press. See, it's the radii of that little loop right there is smaller than this, and so I got to kind of force them together. But this doesn't. Yeah, you get what's going on. It's just naturally forcing it to pop out. So I just widened it, and if I narrow it down up here, maybe it'll hug the wire a little bit. Or not. God damn it. Yeah, or not. Or not seems to be the way that this is going. Yeah, with that widened, it doesn't go into there. I got it to work once. I'm gonna have to get it to work again. Let's see here. I need to put a little bend in the top of that. So if I take something that, it's too big of a forming tool. Hold on, I have an idea. Yeah, this is why you buy for the gauge of wire and jacket at the same time. I didn't have that sort of foresight. Clock on the wall strikes midnight. It's a little bit long. I mean, the previous one was a very short cable, but I think it'll do okay. Put a little spiral wrap around it and then hopefully hide it away. I'll never have to think about it again. And I guess if you did this more often, it would help to have more of a setup. This crimp would have taken 2 seconds if this thing wasn't meant for smaller wire than what I'm using. Well, now that's stuck to the end, so that's not going anywhere. Hopefully that goes into the crimp properly. It popped out. It popped out? Are you fucking with me? Ah! Okay, all right. Good enough! Looks like it crimped a little bit of the other part, but it's just about the same results as before. So I'm just going to manually crimp it more. Hopefully over its lifetime it doesn't back out of the jacket. God, it really is the same result as the other one. Except that one doesn't loop around as much as it should. Uh-oh. If I play with it too much, it's going to drop off like other things. Heard it here first, chat. If you play with it too much, it'll fall off. Hate to break it to you. All right, well, that's an AC connector if I ever did see one. Hopefully that doesn't mess up. There's enough plastic between everything that, you know, it shouldn't go wrong. And presumably when this thing flexes, it'll flex not the wire itself, but the jacket, because the previous one didn't look so good. I have additional crimps just in case this thing goes bad, but we know the electrical connection is there. So we've at least got something going on. So now I need to put a little loop on the ground lug. Look at all that corrosion on this thing, man. This thing has seen some days. That can't be true. It is, unfortunately. Look at how corroded that it's become over the years. It's been many years this computer has been in service, but what I'd rely on is a lock washer in order to dig away at the surface and get down to the metal. Well, now I've got a different type of fastener on the power supply, so we need to find a loop or different fastener that works with these. These are just kind of a special little connector that I got from my Taro drone. Taro's a Chinese drone company. They make airframes and other stuff. But they decided to use these clever little bits on all their carbon fiber pieces. So what they are is a shoulder bolt with a 3mm hole and a 2.5mm threaded end, which I just thought was pretty clever. And it turns out that this interfaces with the computer power supply perfectly. And I have 2.5mm standoffs on the power supply and then Phillips head screws going in on this end. So I didn't really, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could have stressed finding all hex bolts and using them throughout the entire design. I could have even designed some of the stuff that's holding up the grids to use these, but they're kind of an off color. I like the black fasteners and the silver fasteners where they need to be. I just use these on the power supply just to be fancy. But this is the bolt that now needs to seat basically a brand new washer, which will be one of these guys. So let me go find one of these guys. The only ones I have of these things are pretty crappy shape because I didn't use all 3 pins of that plug. I probably should have done like a full redesign so that I used all 3 of these pins and the XT connectors, because both of these are retrofitted onto the design. I I think for those, I have that spade connector kit. What did I do with that? I don't remember where I put it. It's across the shop. I think it's on the other side of the shop. Let me go grab it. Let me go grab it. Too bad I don't have like a gold-plated one of those. I gotta keep my eye out for stuff like that. Like a gold-plated spade lug. Where's that? Who has those? I'm sure I could buy them. I think these are they. Mic cable's getting under everything. Move the mic cable out of the way. Okay. My ancient spade lug connector that's oh so complete. Yeah, the only reason I say gold plated is so that it's not all corroded and shitty by the time I get to it. I think it's one of these. Let's see how this one works. If that, because that chrome is going to eventually look like that. Oh my god, look at these in comparison to one another. Monster lugs would mean massive ears in the UK. Will go good with your weird beard. Those monster lugs. Ah, these are different. These are different. This one is a lot, the new one's a lot cheaper. Less material. It is only the ground connection, but might need to be a little larger than that too. Nope, that's perfect. That'll do, that'll do, that'll do. Alrighty, I guess I'm just gonna use that without the lock washer because this will get to the, that'll press against the, up against the pad, and then this will get into the via a little bit, and then the standoff is on the other side, and then this will interface with the standoff. Standoff goes to the heatsink. That pretty much grounds everything. That should give static electricity a path to run. Whoopsie daisy. A path to run through systems and not through chips. Now these are tough to free from their plastic bonds. I think I can do it with the flush cutters. I just start a crack, and that travels up the, that didn't do anything. Okay, do another one. Nope. Do more. Nope. Didn't do a thing. The smaller ones are tough because the metal will bend before the plastic bends. So use the same plastic on everything. Yeah, that's distorting the spade. I just want to get this thing out of the plastic. I can cut this way. Not quite. I could do one of these. Just gnaw away at it. Don't call me Mr. Bladder. It's really disrespectful. No. All right, let's see. Let's get this over here. I ain't your teacher. You gotta call me Mister. What I'm trying to do is get a crack across the entire thing, and that way I can open it up. Because if I try to wiggle the connector out of this piece, it'll distort the piece. Fuck. There we go. That loosened it up enough. Alrighty. So now I've got my spade lug. We got heat shrink stuff over there. This is not a crimp. So, well, it is a, sorry, this is a crimp connector. But I don't know if you think it's probably better just to solder it and then put a thing of shrink wrap over it so it doesn't short anything out in the case. There shouldn't be anything that I can really bump up against there, but because yeah, I can just fill that with solder and then bend it a little bit, and then we'll put shrink wrap over the whole thing. That's it. That's all we're doing. This is the simple part, the AC input. Soldering iron. Turn that thing on. We got the big tip on there. Big tip. Throw some solder into it, and then, actually, we'll pre-tin. Over here. God, I haven't had a computer for so long. I'm trying not to go too fast at this part because I'll make mistakes, but I really want to get my computer back at this point. A lot of heat. Owie, owie, owie. Okay, there's that. And then we'll just take a piece of green shrink wrap, which is kind of hideous. It's kind of a terrible color, but whatever. That'll do. Take a little section of that. What's Dread Hunger? Is that a new game? I haven't kept up very well with new games. Oh, damn it. Welcome to the engineering order of operations, the usual laissez-faire, the thing that we've all done before, which is forgetting to put the shrink wrap on first. It's actually kind of a short piece. I'm going to do a slightly longer piece of it anyway. Oh, the Survival Among Us type game. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to find it in me to play that. Possible, but you know, I've done that so many times. Yeah, it's like a rite of passage, right? It's like a rite of passage. It's a very common maneuver. Yeah, there's no green in the larger. Oh wait, that's too large. Okay, yeah. I don't know what it is. I ate the sushi and now I've got like a tickle in the back of my throat. I desperately want to cough, but I don't need to. All right, put that back on, resolder it, put this thing back on top, shrink it, and then our AC input is done. And we can move forward a little bit. What are you looking forward to doing with the new computer? Well, all kinds of stuff. I mean, this isn't a new computer. This is the same computer. This is my old computer. It's the parasites making themselves at home. The fish was a little dodgy. You are correct, so maybe it is. And I was thinking, how will he manage to put that on now? Yeah. The trick to doing this is undoing everything that you've previously done. I'm just glad we didn't crimp it, because then we wouldn't have had the ability to undo it. All right. Let that cool down before I get the shrink wrap anywhere close to it, because it'll start pre-shrinking on the wire, and then I won't be able to fit it over there. Oh yeah, that's exactly what Shmai just said. Even worse when you put the shrink on, but leave it too close to the solder and it shrinks. Yeah, I've had the front end of it shrink before too, yeah. All right, so this is pretty close, this shrink wrap. It's not going to shrink much over there. Actually, it's fairly difficult to place. I should have gone a size larger, but I don't know if I had it. And then I want that to go all the way up and around and just leave barely any of that thing unshrunk. All right, and then my flashlight and thermal vision. Thermal vision flashlight. Crinkled up in the middle there. Weird. Why is it doing that? Probably because the two ends are the ones that shrink first, and then that doesn't catch up. Good enough. Alrighty. We're shrunk. Now, these aren't different lengths, but I guess the different paths are going to take it to those different lengths. I would like to put something over this to keep these together, keep them fitted to one another. I have spiral wrap. I found a bunch of it and took it out, didn't I? Yeah, there's a couple different sizes, and I have more sizes than this even, but I think this piece, it's not quite large enough. It'll hold these a little too snug, which means they won't be very flexible. But I think it'll work out. Oh man. Sorry about all the burps, guys. I didn't expect sushi to treat me so poorly. I think it was eating quickly that didn't really do me any favors. Let's start with this length and see where we get to. Now, this is the tough thing, is that these terminals are so far apart, I can't really make a snug set of wires, but we'll start it like right here and work our way up. Oh, this is actually a good size. It's a very good size. I've had all kinds of iterations of wiring in this project. I've kind of stumbled on what I like to do. I know the spiral wrap isn't a great look, and a lot of people don't like this stuff. I like that it's a solid material. Fabric wraps catch dust, and so having a solid material means that this stuff I can dust off at least. But yeah, if you get the spiral wrap size right, it doesn't do much to restrict movement, and then it'll clean up the look of everything just a little bit. I've heard of people doing shrink wrap on entire runs of wire before. So that is going like this. Sort of out of the way. Let's get that situated. Well, let's clean up our mess first. This is what it is. This is wiring for you. Get all your toys out. They're all over the place. And then it comes time to install, and then you got to move it all again. This is at least the process that I've been going through. This is what I'm going to be doing on Wednesday, too. We really have to work on those tablets for OctoJ. I know his parents are like, you know, doing this, the thumb twiddling thing. Staring him down. Where are tablets, OctoJ? You said this guy would fix them. Unfortunately, parts were like impossible to find. We finally got everything though, and so I want to finish this one, this project we got going right here. It's nice to have computer in the title, though. Nice to have computer in the title, because a lot of people come in like, hey, building computers, and then they're like, peepo wide happy, and then they see what I'm doing, and then they do the Rabaz panic. Oh my God, what is he doing to those poor electronics? The huge man at the... Yeah, that Dread Amogus type game, that Strand type game is pretty cool looking. I think it would be kind of fun to do. I don't think I'll go out of my way to play it unless a big streamer asks me to, which they never will, so I don't have to play it. I'd rather watch other people play that. Yeah, which people wide happy, the one that works, is that FFZ? I think that's Frankerface. You know what I should do? I should print out something that'll hold both of the antennae somewhere, like right here, and just hold them inside the case. I got these little tiny, these are basically like, what is it, an 1/8 wavelength antennae, because I've got the Wi-Fi antenna just sitting right over there. So I have got one of these on the back of the computer, and then the other one, because the PlayStation 4 controller has like no room. Oh, really? I have 2 Nopers? I didn't know that. No, I don't. I pay for BTTV slots. I thought FFZ was people wide happy, not BTTV. Anyway, I got these little miniature antennae, and they're not that great. But when I'm playing stuff with a controller, I actually needed to run them to a different antenna that was like right under the desk. I don't know if with this new case, if these will let the frequencies through, then I could put these internal, the antennae. I don't know. Or I've got some stick-on antenna too. All right, power wiring. I need to release this bolt. Let's get this over here so you guys, so you and I can all see what's going on. The thermal camera just unseat itself. Yep. Why do you have thermals? All right, arm focus, like that, a little bit more, a little bit, no, it's too far. Everything looks like it's out of focus because of the bloom from the brightness. Sip of liquid, ooh. What a great place to put the heat gun, right where your hand is reaching for liquid. What a wonderful, wonderful spot for this thing. What a wonderful spot for that. It's perfect. No, the GPU fans are there to actually move the computer around. They work like helicopter blades. These pull air into the card, and then it ejects here and here. Same thing with this one. The hub of the fan is on the side of intake. So intake, exhaust. Usually that's the way it is. And then for the heatsink, I actually have a push-pull configuration with, in the banks of 3, one fan goes in and then the other 2 go out, so that there's air here being sucked in, there's air here being sucked in, and then there's a lot of air being injected into the middle. I think that'll work out. Look at how clean that looks. It's nice and clean. I like that. Hopefully that look will permeate the rest of the thing. And it's good to get new shrink wrap and new connectors and everything so that it may all be covered in dust later. Dusting this computer is just a matter of fact. It's just part of owning this type of system. I should have had a dedicated ground screw terminal. Instead, we got to share. We have to share. Why is this being such a jerk? Come on. Come here. I just don't want to drop it. All right, so then this thing in here. Go, go, you bastard. Get in there. Okay. And then this thing like this, with this guy underneath it. Make my little cable coil that'll keep this thing nice and neat. It's bending at the wires and not at the not at the cable wrap, which is annoying. All right, I guess I'll plug all this stuff in first. There's too much wire. What have I done? I need a second set of hands. There we go. Yeah, it should have been given a little bit more length, huh? I can do that. That's all right. I guess it's not perfect, huh? It's not going to be perfect. Which is sort of... Yeah, I think this is week 4. I've been using Stream PC as primary PC. Stream PC has been primary PC, which is unfortunate, but it's just the way things are. Means I haven't been able to like get in Discord calls or anything either, because this computer is not exactly set up for that. I mean, technically I did do the teleconferencing from this computer, but I think my audio might have been like horribly horribly crackly because of the virtual audio cables, and I don't want to mess with the setup. You know, the setup that I got going for me right now is good for my stream audio. Eventually I'll fully break that down like in a day and remake it all, but until then, I really don't want to touch it. I want it to just work. All right, so that was a bit of a struggle. but all those cables seem to be going to where they need to go. Some of them a little closer to where they need to go than I would like, but it fits. I need this to go here. Yeah, the spiral wrap is keeping this stuff from like bending and flexing. And it is up against the graphics card, but I can't really do much about that. So do this. Yeah, that's okay. Whew. Do fans move air in a vacuum, or would they just spin? I want you to think real hard about that one. Answer it for yourself. Week 400. I know. Scholastic. I'm not doing Scholastic. Ew. Just ew. Just ew, chat. Ew. Ew. Yeah, I could put a little like cable tie on that or something. Like something that'll hold it right there. But, it's not blocking the airflow. It's just going to sit right here against the graphics card, which I've seen worse, but I don't like it, but that's just the way it's going to be. We got a good ground connection over there. Everything is nice and tight in that part of the computer. I think we're doing all right. I think we got AC in here. I mean, you say careful pinching off those electrons. I've seen a little bit of meltiness to some of the previous wire cables. What the hell am I talking about? This one's okay. On some of the ones over at the motherboard power supply, this one is particularly haunting and probably needs to be rebuilt. What in the world happened here? Was it up against something hot? Did it get hot? It got hot. This is not good. This is something that I think I might need to do a direct connection to the board with instead of relying on connectors, because I think that would do better. How could you not know? Okay, listen, okay, this is why I had to stop and just let you kind of bask in that question, because yeah, good thing I have a thermal cam. Yeah. So listen, you're wondering what would a fan do in a vacuum? Well, what does a fan do? A fan has blades on it that push air. What is air? Air is a suspension of particles, right? Various flavors of particles suspended in what would be a vacuum were it not for those particles. So your question is asking whether or not an empty jar is full of mayonnaise. But you define the jar as being empty. So what are these blades going to do in a vacuum? What are they going to push? You can't push vacuum. Vacuum is absence of everything. So that's why your question kind of like skipped the needle in my brain. What would limit the RPM? Hysteresis of the magnets. Hysteresis of the magnets. It's actually a motors and controls question. When your magnetic field is going so quickly that the magnets can't push other magnets or pull. They wouldn't be frictionless. They would be frictionless on the outside, but there would be internal frictions from the rotor. Okay, so we got AC into the case. Got AC into the case. I'm not even going to feel the fan death here. We got AC into the case. It's a little clunky. I might need to put a support on that. I may need to drill a hole back here for the temperature sensor for my desk, but at least we no longer have this dodgy AC input. This is a little long, but that's okay. So I'm going to pull it up a little bit over here. I just don't want stuff to contact the heat sink over here, because I don't know how hot this heat sink's going to get. I don't know how hot the heat sink's going to get. I don't think it's going to be incredibly detrimental, but it could be a bit of a disaster. Get that up like that, and that'll press back against the back of the case a little bit more. Ugh, this is fiddly. This is fiddly, and I should save it for another time. Because, yeah, this cable I have seen no stresses in. It is a little bit thicker now. I could shrink it a little bit if I wanted to recrimp everything, but I'm not going to at the moment. Well, that's a little clunky, but it'll be okay. But it'll be okay. Next, this guy over here. This guy over here. This is a block of two enormous capacitors. That's these guys right here. These two guys. These two very large capacitors are designed to handle transients and the power down functionality on the 300 volt DC power supply. So the AC input that we just wired, why is this so bright? Yes, camera, I get it. You think you're filming on the surface of the sun. All right, it's because of this. It's the black plastic and carbon fiber. Can you just lock that down for? All right, anyway. So on the 300 volt DC line, in order to handle power downs and brownouts and stuff, you need to have these two giant capacitors, and these are 200 volt capacitors on a 300 volt DC line. They span half of the supply line, and they're part of just the basic design of these power supply modules. Unfortunately, I have to include these. I can't do any other weird. Maybe I could take up a little bit of space and do a differently designed array of capacitors, maybe like use a bunch of smaller ones in order to come up with 1500 microfarads. But 1500 microfarads is it's pretty ridiculous. So I need these caps in the system, and I'm not about to have these giant things just sitting off the side, even though they kind of look like they'd fit right here. It actually would kind of fit right there. Anyway, I'm not going to have these giant stupid things on the side. No, these are regular caps. The polymer caps that I do have are closer to the supply itself, because in order to operate the capacitor block remotely, I need to include a capacitor that has that kind of capacity, voltage stabilization, blah, blah, blah. It can handle all those smaller transients closer to the supply itself. So these are Panasonic multi-layer polymer capacitors. I have sunken a soldering iron into one of those before. They are very fragile. That's why when we were soldering them, I wanted to work very quickly. We did it once, and I got the hell out of there. These are like a little lasagna of layers of capacitor, and they're neat, potent little things, but I hope I didn't ruin them by soldering them this time. I don't think I did. But yeah, big enough caps to launch to the moon, Oh man, I can't believe we have a billionaire space race suddenly. Okay, so that means that I have a 300 volt DC connector here. I don't know what happened with the other power supply when I ran it. I don't know what happened with that, but I have some concerns about there being an electrical event at some point, and I don't know what it was. It might have been that one time that the power supply, hold on, I'm looking for the cable to show you guys. Where did that cable go? It was right here. Hold on, I just need to find, oh yeah, there it is. It's behind the keyboard. So at some point during the course of this wonderful machine being alive and well and all systems go, there must have been some kind of an electrical event. And I think maybe it was when the fan failed, but there are scorch marks on a lot of the connectors in this thing. So it's high time for new connectors. These I made out of super flexible hobby wire that can take quite a beating. And then I crimped on these crimp ends. And then I just had to keep the order correct in these. I only had black and red, so I put a little wax sleeve over the one pin, over the center pin, just to keep track of which wire was which. These are wired in the same way. Pin 1 is pin 1, pin 2 is pin 2. All good. So we got to remake this cable. 0G forged metamaterials. How effective? That's a tough one, man. Getting material at all into space is a miracle in and of itself. How costly that stuff's going to be. And then I'm going to have to build a computer out of it. All right, so let's see. I need the 18 gauge silicon jacketed wire. I need these connectors, and then I need whatever the crimps are for it. Yeah, I don't want to have to deal with it. The explosion that I got from that one clip that got like 70,000 views. The explosion that I got from that little cap when giving it 50 volts when it was a 35 volt cap was hard hitting enough that I would never, ever, ever want to see these things explode. These would be like blasting caps. All right, so let's see. I need to go collect material. So let me go collect material. Now, I would hope that I could find a different color of wire for that center one, but I don't know if I have anything but... Because, I mean, technically, how many amps are we running from that thing? You know, I kind of want to use the same thickness of wire, just not to mess around with it. I don't want to rock the boat for that one. What works, works, and I haven't had an explosion from it. What's this stuff? Oh, this is probably the 18 AWG that I should have used on power input, but I didn't. You got thicker wires on power input now, which is good. Where's my other wiring kits? I've only got the small ones here. Yeah, it's all small wire. It's all very tiny wire. Yeah, I don't know if I can get away with 22 AWG. This is the stuff that I should use. That's all my other AC wiring. What is this stuff? This stuff is 18 gauge. Oh, but it's for speakers and stuff, so it's much thicker. Oh man, I haven't restarted the 3D printer yet. I've got to print like the entire enclosure in the new color. That's true, you can get material from asteroids. That'd be pretty wild. I'm taking a fan into space if I get the chance. All right, you do that. You do that, and maybe you'll discover a new branch of physics. Let's see. So I don't know what happened to the larger wiring kit. I thought I had that size in the silicon jacketed so that I could use different colors for the wires, but I guess we could just do the same method that I did before, which is to put a little sleeve over the center wire so that I know which one's which on the other end. Or I could just wire it up and then just be better at identifying which connector is which. That's kind of the route that I went with the fans, because I have all black wires for that one with its the side panel fans. But I still need to reprint before I do the final wiring on that. Okay. What am I doing? I'm looking for the 3-pin connectors and their crimps. Sorry, what I just read made all my brain cells commit Minecraft. Let's see. Where is that connector bin that I had open? Oh, there it is behind me. Does this one have them? It does not. I should have a bunch of them, but I should have a bunch of them. I just gotta find that bin. This is not it. All right, continue the search. It's time for a different connector entirely. Nope. I don't even know what these are. I think they're Molex of some type. The problem is, if I can't find them, I need this cable to be extended. This is one of the cables that I need to have extended. And if I can't find the crimps for them, I'm going to have to figure something out, which is a little weirder than I would hope for, because I don't know if I have the crimps. I don't have them in there. These are all RF. Yeah, that's not it. I'd bring you on this journey with me, but it's not exactly flattering the body positions I have to use in order to search for these things. Herc. I didn't think about this before I went on this journey with you, was how to... I think that Molex connector was used even before the 80s on MFM hard drives. Huh. It was an automotive standard plug? I don't know, that like 3-pin lock? Yeah, I don't know where I got the idea to use those. I think I just went on like DigiKey and just found stuff. I just like found a connector on DigiKey. Oh, here's another. That's cute. All right, nothing there. Find something. I got a stash somewhere. I've seen them on 70s radio gear. Man, you guys are exposed to a lot of weird stuff, huh? You guys get around. Why isn't this thing? There it is. Okay, sorry. I'm just searching through the bins until I find those connectors, because I think I've got a bunch of them. I think. I hope those aren't the only two that I have. I'll be very disappointed. I guess I'm gonna be in for some disappointment. Those are where I keep like laser stuff, so it's probably not the right one. And then finally this one that has a bunch of RF stuff that I don't use. Doesn't have the connectors. Okay, we're gonna have to pull everything out. I'm gonna have to go into the other bins, I guess. Try to find these. I know they're not in the drop bins over there, are they? That's a lot of bins to look through. I don't think they're in those though. I don't know. I don't have like, so this is one of those instances where I don't actually have like a memory of stashing away this type of connector anywhere. Usually I'll know where there's like a stash of something. I'll be able to identify it and then come back to it later. But I currently have no memory of this type of connector. Or where I got them from. And I really don't want to, I don't want to just like identify and order parts on stream. That's annoying to have to do. Yeah, so this is all, ow, I poked myself. These bins are covered in dust. This is all drone parts, so there's nothing quite of what I need in here, although there are different 18 gauge pieces of silicon hobby wire. I don't think any of the yellow pieces are long enough. It'd be nice to do yellow, red, and black. Yeah, no, they're all too short. They're all too short. I do have other drone-y kind of wires somewhere around here, but okay, that goes away. I'll just put it here for now. Let's see what this one is. One of these is filled with end mills, so it's going to be impossible to pick up. Gears. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. Gears, a USB cable, printer parts from the printer we eviscerated, some drill parts, more plastic gears than you could shake a stick at, and an air pump. Okay. Nope. None of those connectors in there. I think this one is car parts, and then the last one is all machine parts. Oh no, these are audio connectors. This would be the one that has the most promise, but I don't think it's gonna have the right thing. Whew. Yeah, no, it's all just larger audio panel mount stuff. Damn, okay, so I don't know if I have any of these connectors. So I can either improvise with the already scungy ones, or I can buy more and postpone what I'm doing, which is really not what I want to do. I really don't want to do that. Where did I get these things before? It's a little corrosion. Corrosion or it's scorched, which is not good. Which means I probably should have used higher amperage connections for everything. Where'd the old one go? Oh, it's right here. What did I do with these? What did I do with these? I know I didn't order two. That would be ridiculous. Oh, wait a minute. This is a fan connector. Wait a minute. That's this. We can cut some fan connectors. Do you think your followers have weird names just so they can put weird names on the board? Nah, the weirdest ones have been from, yeah, gifting other, that's what Fat on it, yeah, gift people weird names. Yeah, the weirder ones have been from people getting gift subs. All right, man, the reason I'm so parched is because my glucose level is doing this. It's almost normal though now. How do you give subs to people not in the channel? It's part of Twitch. I have a bunch of weird names written down, waiting for the new board. Please don't. I don't want those big names again. Wait until the names get a little smaller than enormous. It's fun. It's an embarrassment of riches because I get all the money from that. So, whatever. Gotta let it go. My brother's kids come over here, you know? Like, at least they don't really pay attention to the board on the wall, but once they do, they're gonna, it's not gonna be good. Once they discover that it's a thing. All right, fan connectors. That's what the connector is that I use. That's what I decided to use. We're reverse engineering my thought process, basically. So yeah, this is the type of connector right here. It'd be nice if I could find black connectors because they would look better. Tell them it's internet poetry. I don't know about that. When they ask me what cum swap cowboy is. Ugh. Yeah, be nice to use these. This is already attached to a Silverstone fan that I'm never gonna use. So that's one connector. I might even throw away the rest of the fan because let's be serious here. I don't need all these fans. Now there might be 3-pin adapters in here, so I should look in here. For example, actually the majority of these are 4-pin, but I think there are some 3-pin extensions in here. Yeah, there are. I can see them already. All right, let's get that. Just place it over there. And then I need 2 3-pin connectors. What may be sacrificed? This one has already been cut. All right, you made the cut. That way I won't be able to see the scorch marks on it when something electrical goes south. And the interface between 3-pin connector and pin can't carry the amount of current that I need it to carry. That's where the smart money is. Hide the problem, paint over it. Swallow your emotions deep down. Never show them. That's the ticket. There should be a 3-pin in here somewhere. I guess the extender. Hate to break one of these though. Oh well. What am I doing with it currently? Nothing. All right, so there's our 2 3-pin connectors. They'll look fancy this time. It's too bad, too bad the plugs that I'm putting them into are not also color coordinated. Oh well, at least they won't draw too much attention to themselves. Always nice to get a little color coordination out of the things you build. So yeah, these two go together. And then the rest of these I gotta put away now. Now what, do I have the crimps that go into a fan connector? I think those are in a different, I think those are in the Wentai bins. Pretty sure. Here, do that. Zoom out to see the typical operation mode around here, which is myself existing in what is affectionately referred to by EMTs as an eagle's nest, which is when you get the person who died in their office chair that is surrounded by garbage to the degree that it looks like a nest is around them. Yeah, I gotta clean up a little bit around here just so that if I start flailing around, angry at chat, I don't send everything out in every direction. I feel attacked. Get a fucking trash bag and clean up around yourself, you disgusting monster. Take a little time out of your day to neaten up, chat. Just do it, man. It looks like I live in perpetual garbage, but I try to keep it at a particular level. I do kind of live in perpetual garbage, but this is also an active shop where I'm doing stuff like this, building things. But like, look, the mill is cleaned and oiled. I didn't take the Scotch-Brite pad to it yet because that's going to be a whole project in and of itself. But that's how I discovered that my T9 has completely lost pressure. There's no pressure in the can. And it's starting to leak out a little bit. Maybe, I don't think that, no, I think it was just leaking. But yeah, my T9 has no pressure anymore. So I had to buy these things, which are bottles that you can pressurize with shop air. It's got just like a bike tire thing on the end of it. So I'm gonna puncture the T9 can, and hopefully it won't spray all over the place, and then get all of that into this bottle where I can then use it. And then I should fill another one with like isopropyl alcohol for cleaning off electronics. Just unneatens itself. No, spend the time. Fridays at the shop were always cleanup days for me. They aren't anymore, but they need to be. I need to spend the day just cleaning up, neatening up, because you put stuff back in a pile and then the piles aggregate. And so if you have a place that everything needs to go, you just go from end to end of your place doing that. And you get a big old trash bag, and if anything doesn't have an immediately apparent purpose, it goes in the trash bag. I'll always miss Sniffles, but that dog didn't have an immediate and apparent purpose. What if I don't do the first step of having a place to put things? Then reevaluate your life. Get a shelf. The project of neatening up is indeed a perpetual project. Gonad would call it fractal storage. Storage box goes in the storage box, goes in the storage box, goes in the storage box. But you get to a point, for instance, like with my soldering tools, where my soldering tools have a location that they need to exist in. These are soldering, manipulation, unscrewing, etc. tools. They all have a place. Screwdrivers, miscellaneous, hex keys, pliers, crimps, cutters, microfiles, soldering iron tips, what was that third one? Oh yeah, extra tweezers. Primary tweezers, solder sucker, ruler, knife, flux, solder, desolder braid, brush, scissors, precision scissors, soldering iron tips. Everything has a location. My entire basement is like this. Yeah, like if I spend a little bit of time going around and neatening up, this place cleans up pretty good. So I hate to be like Little Miss Manners with you guys, but everything, a place for everything and everything in its place, right? All right, so we need to go from here to here. I don't know where my crimps are. We'll identify the crimps in a minute. I don't want to spend too much time just looking for stuff. I actually want to do some of the work here. So before cutting, we need to go from location to location. So let's thread the wire in here. I don't know if I'll go direct or if I need to make like a turn, depending on what the other wires around here are doing. I guess we'll go semi-direct for now. This one should be as short as possible. This one needs to be as short as possible. My basement, aka my office, yeah. Look, just look at rich people. Like, what do rich people have? They have enough money that they can have like big spaces with nothing in it. That's why VR assumes that you've got like a giant garage that you can get everything into. Be like rich people. Have enough money to have nothing. But if your stuff neatens up properly, then you can have that kind of negative space around. All right, so if I eyeball it, that's about the length. No, I didn't see Linus's new house. Is it one of these Hollywood mansions that's full of nothing? This room, we decided to put a huge TV in and then a bunch of couches that met a design standard. But it's all empty and it's all not lived in. That's every rich house store is like that. Let's do, I don't know, what's going to be the best for this? This cable's going to be all up in the way. It's a shame that I need this at all. And it's too bad I didn't put it on the bottom, the lower end of the board. There just happened to be this little cutout here where there was space to put all this stuff. I think previously I had it on the other side of the board, which would have been great because then I could have come up from down here and plugged it in the back. But I wanted to separate out the AC stuff. So yeah, this has to be here pretty much. I wonder if I should just do this all in black wire. Yeah, maybe we should stealth out this cable and do it all in black wire. I've been over Linus for years. It's been over the top for a long time. Has it? Yeah, I don't follow along. A lot of my friends are like big fans, but I don't really follow. Apparently they were hiring for a position that sounded a lot like the stuff that I do. So everybody was like, you should do this job. And I'm like, I don't want to move to Canada. Well, I kind of do want to move to Canada, but I don't know. He seems out of touch. I love the Djibouti House Stores commentary. Yeah, that's what I'm directly referencing in a lot of this stuff. Those are a lot of fun. I missed the safety or the training one, all the corporate training things. That looked like a really fun one too. So yeah, I'm gonna do this all in black wire because I'm vain, which means I'm gonna be wasting a lot of the red on this reel. I haven't had any use for this wire. I probably will in the future, but I'm just gonna indulge. I'm gonna indulge. I do handyman work. I've been to some top tier houses. One lady's a pile of Amazon deliveries just piling up in front. Almost a house-sized pile. It's absurd. That's so weird. Money doesn't mean clean. Yeah, all right. But I mean, you know, look at all the nothing that they can afford. Big, huge tracts of nothing. Huge, well, I mean, they're just empty rooms is all I'm saying. If you work big crazy hours, you don't have time. Yeah, I know the struggle. Just saying. Just saying, before you sit down, neaten something up. It gets messy again, especially if you have kids. If you have kids, all bets are off. Everything's nuts all the time. You make the kids clean up, though. You get them to that age, and you go, hey kid, clean your shit up. Takes a little while to get there, but they know now not to touch things in my office. You can only get electrocuted so many times. Actually, to be fair, you can only get electrocuted once. You can get shocked so many times. Electrocution is forever. Electrocution is defined by the fact that you die. You die! Can I use smaller wire for this? We need to go to app notes. We need to go to the app notes for the power supply. I need to figure out what the limits are on the current requirements for these power supplies. Because, I mean, like, this wire is very large. Truth Martyr, thank you for following. Wait until your kids are old enough to ruin your tools. You know, I was a kid once. All right, let's see what the requirements are for this wire. It's funny, that seems good. Do I not have seems good on the BTTV? I guess not. Or the Twitch emote didn't come through. Yeah, you got about 2 years of your house looking like a disaster area, and then you start teaching the kids to clean up and how to repair a textile mill. That's how you raise them right. Because they got little hands, they can get into the machinery. All right, so let's see. We need the app note for the power supply, which would be project stream. Oh no, it wasn't stream. It was power supply. Z or just power supply? No, it's power supply Z. I gotta rename these folders. That's not a good name for the folder. It doesn't work out. I can't really. Okay, auto ranging rectifier, rectum fryer, AVE. Fast track apps. Not quite. Yeah, this is where I cracked the case in the report that I had to write, because I literally had this sitting in front of me, but it was full of all the like pink potting rubber. And I was like, wait a second, that's it. You know, I might not have cracked the case. It might have been somebody else coming up to me and going, oh, it's the Vicor power supply. I'm like, what? How did you figure that out? All right. Let's see. I think this is not the right circuit. It's a weird one. Yeah, look at these caps that they add on these things. Jesus Christmas. Nope. Different app note. I don't want to read. I don't want to read stuff. Oh yeah, this is where I got all the mechanical tolerances from. Bop. This is what it is. Designing a high power parallel array, blah, 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 blah. How do we figure out the current requirements? And I don't want to read this right now. And parallel PMS, the output current of each RPM, meaning the reflective resistance. No, I don't know. I don't want to read. I don't think I want to read this. This is not quite the app note that I was looking for either. Not quite the circuit that I built. I guess it's just in the data sheet for the auto ranging rectifier. Yeah, because here's the circuit. This is the circuit. This is what I built on the one end. But then if I am running C1 and C2 remotely, I have C7 and C8, and then the MOVs are right next to it. So we've got R1 and C1, R2 and C2 are in the block. How much current needs to flow if we place these remotely? So this would be hold-up capacitor. There's no input to output isolation in the ARM, hence the minus out of the ARM, and that's the minus in of the downstream DC-DC converters are at high potential. If it's necessary to provide an external enable disable function by controlling DC-DC converter's PC or gate in pin, refer to the negative in converter of the optimizer, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, enable would have been a nice thing to have, but strap pin, varistors cross the bleeder resistors, discharge the hold-up capacitor's power switched off. C1 and C2 proper auto ranging. What current capacity does resistors have to have? I guess maybe that'll tell us how much current this thing would be running at any given point in time, right? Maybe. Half a watt. So 300 volt DC at half a watt. I don't think I trust that. That's going to give us, it's 0.5 over 300. 100 mil, sorry, 1 milliamp. I don't like that. I don't think that's right. 1 milliamp. I don't think so. Let's see. What current are C7 and 8 supposed to be? No, that's not how capacitors work. 0.001. No, 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Film cap. 0.61. Oof. Requirement if C1 and C2 are located more than 6 inches from the output of the VI arm. 1, 2, 3, but yeah, that's 6 inches. The fact that they name it ARM really confuses me. Auto ranging module, yeah, that is kind of confusing, huh? But it is auto ranging module. It makes sense that they would call it that. It's just like VI ARM. Oh, is that a new chip? Nope. All right, what is the current capacity of relocating those? Output drain, internally pulled 15 volt, 150K, DC bus voltage. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that information without really breaking into a lot of their material. Hold up capacitor values should be determined according to the output bus voltage, ripple power, fail, hold time, rise, blah, 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 power failure of specific duration. So these are, yeah, for momentary power failure of specific of a specified duration. I really don't need these to be very big. I don't need it to like keep it sustained for too long. I just chose a middling value of it. Hold up or ride through such an event while maintaining undisturbed output voltage regulation. Similarly, many of the same systems require notification of an impending power failure to allow time to perform orderly shutdown. I have absolutely no idea. These equations would probably tell me, though. P change in T, C V1 V2 squared over 2. I guess it all depends on how much power the thing is drawing in the first place, huh? Enable thresholds are 205 and 190 volt. Simplified relationship between power fail warning time. Bus capacitor obtained by the constants. Inverters. Output is 15 volt nominal. Input is 300 volts. Typically 56 dB ripple rejection. 3. Oh my god, I'm not doing this. What is this? Another consideration. Hold up selection is the ripple current rating. This is like weird power anomalies coming into this thing. Yeah. Desired hold-up time, 9 milliseconds over an output range of 90 to 264. Terminal required capacitance. Note, the warning time is not dependent on line voltage. Determining ride-through time, ripple voltage. God. Yeah, so I don't really know what they should be rated for. I think I just chose choose big wire, make it work. So I guess I'll go with the same size wire as before, even though it's a little bit detrimental. This is indeed the same size. All right, so we got to find a Molex fan style crimp that I can put onto this wire, that I can put onto these terminals. So let's get one of these broken out. So the Noctua wires. If I could use wire this thin. But if you think about what this thing is doing, we've got 300 volts running on this thing. It's churning away with 600 watts, and then something happens. And so we need time for, I guess, the power supply to say its final prayers before everything goes down. So these capacitors are going to be suddenly responsible for bolusing a shit ton of current back into the power supply, even during the millisecond like ripple in the input line. Not something that's incredibly important for this thing to do, but having it shut down and start up again because of a ripple might be bad for the power supply internals. I don't know. So I figure it's probably going to be beasting a shit ton of current. So something around those size wires, maybe a little smaller because it's such high voltage. I'm wondering if maybe I can get away with thinner wires on this thing. And I don't know. So I've been running 18 gauge for a long time on these. And there is a scorched terminal, which may or may not have happened because of an overheating event, possibly, or I don't really know. I don't really know what could have caused this. Maybe a lightning storm. Maybe that time power was going up and down in the shop, bouncing back and forth. I do run this thing on an uninterruptible. And I guess that crappy input from the uninterruptible power supply. I wonder how much work the auto ranging module has to do when it gets that. Boy, it'd be really nice to know. I wonder, hold on. Vicor power up. Or no, hold up. Power capacitors. Ugh, give me your cookies. What are the ones that I have? 15? Yeah. They want to sell you like boxes and stuff. What is the mounting connector kit? Ham and aim. What is the cable? Ah, damn it. PDF. Oh, no, that's not. I don't want that. No. Y capacitors, SMT polymer, hold up boxes, hubs. 15, 16, PDF. Yeah, they got these expensive little bastards. Wait, why do they have 2 sets of resistors in there? Oh, that's new. They got their own little special connector. What is that special connector? Tell me. Damn it. Amp connector, 194017-1. Of course, I'm using a shitty Molex. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It's 194016 because we're subtracting 1 from 17. Yes, I appreciate that. That doesn't look like the right connector. -1-ND, but it is a TE connectivity amp connector. Did they really put the DigiKey part number in here? Temperature, dissipation, rated voltage, 200, capacitance, 3300, maximum ESR, maximum ripple, amps RMS, hub 2700, 4.74 is the RMS current. 4 amps. Well, that's not a ton. That's not a ton. We could go, well, we decided that 18 gauge was our safety factor for 4 amps, right? Especially on this beast of a power supply. So I guess I am using these cables. Damn it. I was hoping I could go a little smaller than that. And I could if I really wanted to push things. But I mean, the number of scorched connectors that I've seen today on the power supply itself. By the way, for those of you that don't know, because I mean, we've got like 100 people here, right? We've got like 100 people watching me just like do whatever the fuck I feel like doing. My projects are really weird. And this is a very special computer. I've been running this thing since 2011 in various forms. And they've gotten more and more open as time went on. I've gone from one type of like fully enclosed with the power supply sitting on the outside of the computer to a cage that was made out of speaker grill to a cage that's 3D printed, has a 3D printed accent and uses hexagonal grills so that it looks cooler. It looks more like a McDonald's play place. But the thing is, I'm trying to build like a little bit of a design into this, and so I'm trying to hide all the cables away. This power supply is kind of special. It's sort of predated, what would you call it? Predated like the modern power supply scheme, or the scheme that they're planning to go into, which is all you need in the computer is a lot of 12 volts because the graphics card is taking the lion's share of current. So you've got a graphics card that's just freaking munching down 12 volts, right? That's using like 300 of the watts available of your power supply in order to do its job. Then you have the processor and motherboard and everything else, and that's like, I don't know, that's like 100, 200, maybe a maximum 200 watts, depending on how many fans you put in your dumb computer. Your computer's dumb and I hate it. But anyway, depending on how many fans and weird accessories that you have in there, fluorescent lights or whatever, we're still doing cold cathodes, right? Depending on how many of those things you have in there, it'll use up a lot of current. Well, my computer is specifically for gaming, because I'm a gamer. I don't need it to be powering a lot of other stuff. I don't need it to have optical drives. I don't need it to have a tape drive. I don't need it to have platter hard drives. It's got 2 solid state drives and then everything else is on a file server over here, because if anything happens to this computer, God forbid, then I don't lose everything that I've been working on, right? So I make, oh God, every single fucking time, mineral oil. Now, hearing mineral oil as a coolant, would this be possible? How would it actually be applied to your build case? Not mine. I'm not dealing with fucking mineral oil. You know what mineral oil does with dust? And then getting cables in and out of it is just a beast. I mean, with the advent of not needing a whole lot external to the computer to have it run, I guess you could submerge everything into a fish tank, but it is really annoying to run something like that because it's oil. It's going to get everywhere. I'm not doing anything like that. I don't need a 10,000 pound aquarium sitting next to my computer. But anyway, it works. It works. The computer would work, and you get little bubbles coming off of all the accessories. You can literally just go on YouTube and Google all the weird. You guys suggesting weird cooling stuff? Just go on Google. Just go Google YouTube. Search Google for YouTube. But anyway, so the computer's taken up a bunch of different forms over the years, and so I am changing the look of it. It's not really going to change a lot with the computer, but one of the primary upgrades is moving from the laptop power supply into a bunch of tiny fans. So this guy right here screams. It makes a lot of noise. And so in order for it not to make all that noise, I've turned it into a bunch of little fans. So we're getting there with that. My power supply is weird. I wanted to fit it into the minimal amount of space on the case that I had at the time. So in order to do that, I took modules from a company called Vicor Power. They do sell to consumers. Back in the day, they didn't sell to coomers because that didn't exist. I hate the modern internet. Anyway, they didn't sell to consumers. They do now. Back in the day, I had to do a little social engineering in order to get these modules. I had to do a couple orders of these things because I kept blowing them up because I'm not good at what I do. But these modules contain a lot of very advanced circuitry that is very well built. It's not built to the bottom dollar like your typical power supply would be. These are built to be brilliant beasts of power supplies. They're used in industrial and scientific laser applications, as well as military applications, which is where I first saw them. So what this one here does is it turns 120 or 240, actually down to 90 volts AC into 300 volts DC on a line that is distributed to these two power supplies. Now, DC to DC converters, I should say. But that requires a little bit of stability. It requires the ability to deal with a drop in current and stuff like that. And so they require these big capacitors on them. I put the capacitors in a block. I will eventually get to reprinting all of this stuff. So it's that deeper purple that we saw before. This stuff right here. It'll be a slightly different shade of purple. It'll probably look a little better. I may go to orange. I haven't decided. But, I mean, gray would also go with this, but it would be too boring. But anyway, I've designed and 3D printed little enclosures for this kind of stuff, just so I can hide it away. And there's actually, these are potted in a silicon rubber, which is it's a really hideous color, but at least this will keep it stable and in one place. We have to run a wire from there to there, but I create all the 12 volts here, and I send that 12 volts to a computer power supply car adapter. So this right here converts 12 volts into all the various voltages that are needed for the motherboard, including the CPU additional power connector, which is, there's a little scorching on it. I'm a little worried about that. I don't know. A little scorching on that. Oh boy. I'm thinking maybe this needs to solder directly to the board. But yeah, that's what we're remaking here. It's a weird computer. None of this stuff is new. This is a 1080 FTW, Intel something or other that was pretty powerful. So anywho, the design of all this stuff came about when I was making an enclosure for the thermal camera. It's got roughly similar designs. I did that all in Fusion 360. So yeah, I would have really liked to use smaller wire on this thing, but I guess not. I have to find the crimps that are going to create the new cable. So I need the Molex fan crimps, and I think I know where they are. It's just a matter of finding the right bin. They're in some of these guys, but I don't know which. I don't know which one. I should probably organize these a little better so that I've got all the fan crimps in one place. It could have been... I might have found those earlier and then accidentally spilled them out. Because I know I bought a bunch of fan connectors so that I could build, you know, little fan controllers. Because I find myself doing that a lot. Here, let me get the light over here so that we can see as I rifle through bins. Overlapping... Hold on. Overlapping... Magisteria. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. Get the light and put it over here. You guys have got an overhead view today. Well, right now. Light, come on back over here. We still need to do the Tasmodo, the direct Tasmodo control of these lights, so they're a little bit more snappy on the uptake. I need to redo a lot of my setup. Kind of take control of it again. That's all buttons. Giving this stream a follow. I just found a new PC build guy I can trust to replace the old POS I used to follow. Dude. What? By the way, WebSocket to use Node-RED from the Stream Deck works perfectly. Goblin 23, thank you for following. What's that? Wait, WebSocket to Node-RED from the Stream Deck. That's what the bar rater thing is doing now. That's... Oh, but you can... What you mean? WebSocket from Node-RED. Like, I thought the bar rater stuff was direct. That's none of this stuff. Okay, next. API Ninja is HTTP requests. Oh, okay, all right. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure I have fan crimp, like a bin of fan crimps. Because there was a crimp, I found one in this bin. By the way, I spilled this one into the drawer, so I'm gonna have to clean out the drawer at some point. But yeah, I had like a direct fan crimp somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. Oh yeah, here are the... Oh no, wait. Yeah, these are the replacement... Oh god, they're disgusting. I'd have to wash them off. It's a very old bin, and I think I spilled coffee on it. Those are the replacement Panasonic things. This is where I would keep the fan connector. I guess I had a bin for them, but I don't have it anymore. It's just I2C accelerometers that I'm never going to use. It's unfortunate. Yeah, these bins are pretty nice to have until they explode and send everything all over the place. Everything all over the place. So yeah, I'm not really a computer building stream here, guys. Like, oh, here they are. Those don't look like they have gold on them, but we'll put that aside and I'll see if I can find better ones. 30 gauge? No, I think these are the best ones that I got though. Elliptic LPF. What am I going to do with... Yeah, some of these parts, man. I went on a huge organization kick a little while ago. Probably should have spent more of my COVID time organizing. Those are not it. Those are so nice, though. The reason I'm looking for gold is that it's got better corrosion properties. And we clearly saw all of these connectors are like super corroded over the years in this nice open air case. See, if you want to call this a computer building stream, this is more like we're being a little bit more fundamental about this stuff. This is like building a computer, like soldering the stuff on a board for the computer. And right now we're at the point where I am trying to do the individual wire connections. I said she'll help me organize things. Hey, there you go. Yeah, make a little bond. You could do a little bonding over the cleanup. Don't get annoyed when she wants to literally throw out your most favorite thing in the world, because she won't know it. She won't know. Say, yeah, it was this piece of crap. Throw this out. You're like, no. How could you not know that that was the most important thing in my life previous to you? And her kids. Electronics tech stream. Yeah, it's a computer case building stream, you know? If you really want to boil it down. Those are crimps. How do I have so many goddamn DuPont crimps? I have so many DuPont crimps, Chad. I have so many. There are so many. The problem with Twitch billionaires is that they were billionaires before they started Twitch. Yeah. Shirty wants to throw out my CNC. There it is. There it goes. That's the start of it. You can make it. You'll make it. You'll make it through. It doesn't look like I have any other crimps, so unfortunately I can't find anything that's gold, which would have been nice. Gold would have been very nice to have, because I don't want these connections to corrode, and I want them to continue to make good contact. I could put dielectric grease on them, but it's not like they're in. It's not like they're in a car, so I'm not gonna go that far. I don't think I'm gonna need. I'm not gonna go that far. Wait, did I lose the bin? I put the bin away. I put the bin away. The bin that I meant to put somewhere special. I put it away. I put it away, Chad. I don't know where it is. All right, I gotta get it out of here. Rest in peace, waifu posters. My Neon Genesis Evangelion wall scroll. How could you? All right, I gotta go pee-pee. Yeah, everybody asked about the storage bins. These are all I know to identify them is Wen Tai, which is written on the label. You can look up Surface Mount's SMD storage bin, and you can find these literally everywhere. The color coordinated ones, the different color ones I got off of Alibaba, but the tan ones are what I get off of Amazon, just in like hundreds at a time. The different sized ones I do need to get more of, and it would be really nice if I could color coordinate these a little bit better. If you're working on a project that has a lot of surface mount stuff and you don't want stuff to stay in the tape and reel, these are really good at storing it until you drop it on the ground. And when you drop it on the ground, these spring-loaded bins pop open and all of your stuff goes all over the floor. And so then you are responsible for sorting all of your smaller than a pubic hair surface mount components from all of the pubic hairs on your floor. So just be wary of these things. Like, I make them into weird shapes. I keep them kind of small. They look a little bit like the thing from Quantum Leap, Iggy. I don't know, you've jumped into a weird place. Come on, Iggy. All right, anyway, but yeah, it looks like the thing from Quantum Leap, only not clear. But these are pretty good at storing all the surface mount stuff. I've spent a little bit of time with a labeler in order to make sure that I know exactly what the hell is in them. I still need to make up for some lost time on that. All right, I gotta go pee-pee. I'll be right back. Let's put up a BRB and I'll put a little bit of audio on this thing. And you guys can just like watch Metronomic, who is a streamer that I really appreciate. Metronomic Live does some great stuff. Oh my God, is it already 4:30? We haven't done anything today. What the hell? All right. Kind of like how the time for sliders is made from an old flip phone. Yeah. God, I remember sliders. Yeah, BRB. That's an overlays. Boop, boop. All right. Away, away. Pause. Oh, he's working hard. What's he doing? Bop, 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 bop. Brass tacks. All right. Get away, BRB. Bop, bop. I'm back. Okay, so wow, this has been dragging out. It's already 4:30, but we need to. I guess I found those crimps. I need to find the bin of crimps for that size. It's not for that size wire, but it's for fan connectors, right? I've only got some, and unfortunately, they are the not gold-plated crimps. I want gold-plated crimps for the sole purpose of them being less prone to corrosion. I have a feeling that that scorch mark may have something to do with corrosion and having the interface between the two metals degrade over time. It could have been an electrical event. It could have been at some point the processor took way too much current, and that's what scorched the wire down here. I'm going to solder this directly because I don't trust this connector anymore. I mean, this is like 2 of the terminals have corroded on, or have been scorched on this connector. Now, there was, in the previous power supply, I used 4-pin Molex connectors, and they were of that size. They were of the fan size, and those did not support the amount of current that everything took. And so one day I smelled some burning plastic, and I had to open up the computer. This is back when this thing wasn't open air, and check it out. And it turns out that it scorched the connector. And so I moved over to the XT30s, which are drone connectors. So, all right, anyway, we gotta shove a whole lot of wire and not a whole lot of connector. This is gonna be what I'm gonna be doing on Wednesday too. And then when we come back on Thursday, it'll be another week that I've fucking wasted not having a computer. God, I did not expect this to draw out as much as it would. I know you guys did, because you fully expect the stuff that I do to take forever, but I did not expect this to take so long. But these are upgrades that I've been meaning to do for quite some time to this computer, and it's a little bit of like this is like the test at the end of the term, right? We get to apply all the things that we've been learning from all the different projects that we've done over the past couple of years. Ooh, gotta be careful about that. Basically what I'm trying to do is inside of these things, there's a little tab that's holding this onto the connector. I can probably show that a little bit better. I need to press down the tab and remove it from the connector. Yep. Why is this camera still dodgy? I thought I fixed it. I did the procedure. So what I need to do is press down on that tab, and you can see at the end of the tab, because they're super fucking evil, it kind of bends up at the end there. So a little bend up at the end is the source of much frustration pressing down these tabs. You press down the tab and that little piece of the end stays up because the people who design these things are bastards. I can use the knife, but then I've got this knife that's sitting right next to my hand. What I'm actually doing is I'm using the edge of the heatsink here to hold that, and so I can put a little bit of, I can pull on that wire just a little bit, although I probably need to advance it just a little bit. Oh, look at this. This is way easier. I got way better control this way. See, that still won't, you press down the tab and it still won't go back. Why did they design this way? Who hurt you? Jeez. Evil, 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 evil. See, and then in order to reset it, you would have to come in with a knife and just give it a little bit, and then that's enough for it to click it back in. It's too bad, it's really too bad I can't use wire this thin on everything else, because it would be nice to be able to run these with thin wire, but we saw that the draw, at least from the one capacitor bank, is 4 amps. If I really wanted to push it, I could put smaller wires, but I really don't want to push it. There's a lot of stuff in here that I like that I don't want to detonate every time I turn off the power supply line from it. Of course, then again, the connector itself, the interface from metal to metal is only so good. So you know, I wonder. All right, that's one housing freed up. Let's get the other one. Need to unwrap it and everything. Do we turn this thing on at the end of the day today? Is that where we're going to go? I'm going to turn this thing on and we'll all brace for impact. I don't have the dummy load on it, but then again, I don't have the fans on it either. So yeah, we can turn it on and we can see the LEDs turn on and give us an indicator of what's going on. And if it explodes, I will not stream on Thursday. I'll be too distraught. I'll have to start putting together an order for Vicor power supply stuff. I think it'll work. I think it'll work just fine. All right, I can't seem to get... No, I don't need to get that off of there. It'll at least put a couple of my my fears to rest. They're irrational fears of this thing, you know. What if it doesn't power up? What if I messed something up? What if I soldered something wrong? The best way to alleviate those kinds of fears, especially when you're on a circuit board that you just put together, which is this thing in the background, you get a multimeter. How do you do this stepwise? Do you power the PSU, check voltage before going to the Mobo? The last time I had a brown trouser moment with this thing was when I tried to check the 300 volt DC line, and the scope did not appreciate... Oh man, I scratched it. Oh well. Those scratches are a badge of honor. The last time I had a brown trouser moment was testing this power supply. What I did was power this thing up and then try to test the 300 volt DC line, and it made a wonderful little ground loop that made a big explosion, and two of the fuses on this thing were busted. Code rushed, waiting for a table with a party of 6. Code rushed, thank you for raiding with a party of 6. Good stuff, man. Hope you had a good day. Today is flying by, and I don't appreciate it. Yeah, I made a ground loop through my scope. It didn't blow up my scope, but man, did it scare the shit out of me. Are these coated? No. No, they're just reflecting funny. Man, these are so nice and neat. See how they got a little bit of the crimp on the one side and everything? We can't use it, though. They're too thin. The wire's too thin. Too thin, too explodable. So we're going to use this stuff, which is far and away larger than what was there. And I'm going to have to figure out how to get the crimps that I have around them. Oh, boy. Womp, 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 womp. So what size is this? Well, these are not going to be the right size. That's for damn sure. And they're old. They're the only ones I have, I think. I mean, I looked through the other bins and I didn't see any. I guess I could probably like look to order some more, but what would I order if I had to place an order for stuff? Spade lugs, don't really need. I have these, possibly more of these. Different connector on that would have been nice, but I've got this one that's baked in there and I can't change. Do like an XT 15 3-pin or something like that. Crimps for these things that accept wider wires. Same with this. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta get stuff done though. I've done one piece of wiring this entire stream. It has been 4 hours. I'm getting nothing done. Absolutely nothing done. So this stuff is multi-strand silicon hobby wire. This stuff has a lot of strands to it. A lot of very small strands, and what that allows it to do is flex very easily and move around. And I've been using this for all the high current stuff because it is silicon jacketed and it can last up to 200 degrees Celsius. It can carry a lot of current for what it is. So it's like high quality wire. You don't typically see it in stuff because it's more expensive than normal wire. And I don't even know if this is going to work out. I don't even know if this is going to work out. I don't know if this will be able to crimp this properly. And that is the right, yeah, it's the right connector for this thing. I might have to go to smaller wire on this. No, it's not foil shielding. It's they're just like silver, I think silver coated or something like that. But yeah, it's a lot of tiny strands. A lot of teeny tiny little strands. And I coiled them. So like if I were to take this and do this, I think I'm going to go down a size on the wire. I think I'm going to go down a size on the wire. I mean, it needs to carry a lot of current for like a couple milliseconds, but I'm not going to be able to crimp this size. That's what the previous cable was. All right, yeah, I gotta do it if I'm going to make this thing properly. I don't know how I did these. Almost looks like I got them to crimp. No, I think I just soldered them. I may have just soldered them on there. Yeah, I gotta go with smaller wire. I gotta go with one size smaller. Let me go get it. I'm gonna go get it. Get that wire. So let me see if, is that the size below? That's the same size. That stuff was 18. This stuff is 22. Do I have any 20? Oh, 12. 14 rather. That stuff's 14. That's out of the question. I thought I had another wire kit. I don't know what happened to it. This one is probably like 20. What is this stuff? 26. That's not going to do it. Lower numbers are larger in wire gauge. So, and then what else? What else? What else? Do I have another? I guess I don't. I don't know what happened to that other wire kit. Oh wait, maybe it's over here. It's on the other side. It's on the other side of the shop. Hold on. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. So yeah, we're gonna go 22. I judge my past self as harshly. Yeah. Yep. Father from the past is a son of a bitch. He's hard to work with. I don't like the prospect of using this stuff, but this stuff does work better under heat. 22 AWG carries, according to the wire chart, which is all the way back here, 7 amps, which is in excess of the best assessment that we've been able to get for the amount of current that this thing is going to use is by looking at the connector and the rating for the connector, which is a 4 amp RMS device. So 4 amps, we're giving it a potential to withstand 7 amps and then also high temperature wire. You know, it's hard to come by confidence when you're working with 300 volts DC, but I think I think that all those numbers meet up all right. IMO. Now we are going to be using this wire to bring the XT connectors together. You know, that's what I think I already have. Maybe we're using 14. Yeah, I think I'm using 14 because it's like up to 30 amp. So yeah, I've got 14 that I can use for these. These get the big thick wire because they're low voltage and they, yeah. You guys get it. You guys get it. You're picking up what I'm throwing down. You're picking up what I'm throwing down. These will also crimp way easier, but that shouldn't be an assessment. Ease of crimping is not a reason to go down a wire size. Well, yeah, Christmas tree roll lights are one of the only examples in the in North America where you have a fuse in the plug, making them some of the safer extension cords that exist out there. albeit they are not rated for current at all. I'm discarding all of this red wire. I'm not discarding, I'm just, you know, cutting it aside because these reels of wire are red and black next to one another, right? This is like a side-by-side reel. So that's supposed to go from there up to the, okay. It's like a side-by-side reel. So if I had a bunch of excess red wire on this thing, it would get in the way. Considering I think I have 22 multicolor strand, and then I could have identified them by different colors, but I guess we're just going with all black wires on this so that it's a little bit more stealthy, I guess. I'm being fancy. I'm gonna be a little fancy with this. One of these? All right. Keep rubber bands. They help you keep these reels from like completely unraveling around you. All right, a little bit of this. Now, as far as these things go with crimping, I don't know. I mean, I could drop a little bead of solder on them too. Yeah, that just about fits. That's going to be frustrating, but doable. Kapow. No, we planned. It's okay. All right, so if that works, then I can hold it in the crimper and then insert the wire. That's what I'm hoping happens here. Hoping. If I take it, see, right now it would be very difficult to get the wire in there. Very difficult to get the wire. Man, the weird after images are strange. It'd be kind of difficult to get the wire in there because it like just barely fits in there. So what I do is I take it up to the first click where it actually starts crimping it. Okay, a little bit more than that. No, I took it too far. I tried to open it up a little bit before I crimp it. I don't know if that'll work or not. I can try it though. That one didn't work as well as the other ones. That actually might work. Hold on. Take it in there. Take it all in on your stride. Crimp all the way. That didn't work at all. Oh well. All right, try again. Different method. Method number 2. Method number 2 is just seating them on one another and then putting it in the crimper. Here, let's go over here. That didn't work at all. Yes, the consequences of my actions. We meet again. All right, so let's try that. Now, pinching them together, they barely hold on to one another. I'm going to bump this with the crimper, and it's going to fall away, and then I'm going to get really angry. Naha! Look who's laughing now! Nobody! That didn't rip anything? Nope. There we go. That's a perfect, well, just about perfect crimp. Beautiful. Okay, that's how I'll do these. Nice and simple. Let's see how it fits in the connector. If this is going to fit the first time in the connector, I'm going to be so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. That worked perfect. That's what happens when you use the right size wire for the crimps. Everything just kind of works. Everything just kind of works. It's nice when it does. Feels good. Feels like you're actually accomplishing something. Oh, I need to get the actual... I only took 2 of them out. Hey, buddy. Come on. There we go. Yep. 4, 5. You guys didn't see it, but man, last week when I was crimping connectors, I had just the number that I needed to crimp, and I crimped them all perfectly. Nobody was around to see it. It was like an exact, like all the stars aligned. Watching this makes me appreciate what we've done in manufacturing automation. You watch your mouth. I know. It's, you know, automating this kind of stuff is great, but I don't have the ability to. Crimping ain't easy, yeah. Yeah, every now and then we got to do a stream where I just crimp wires, huh? That's what it takes, but I'll try not to become the #1 Twitch crimp stream. And I'll change it up once I get the work done. Where's the fun in automation? It's a silent fun, but it is a... Automation is... God damn it. Automation is great. You know how neat and crisp and clean everything looks when you automate some of the stuff? Like if I had a goddamn CNC that I could use. Everything just looks beautiful. It just fits together. You design it in CAD, you give it a little bit of tolerance. You hit Control P. That's short. No, I think that's right. That's the right amount. All right, next. Probably could use a little bit more wire on the end of these, because I think when it ducks into the crimp, I think it's a little shorter. Oh, this one's not holding on. This is why my thumbnails are all destroyed. They're like all over the place because I've been like picking at 3D prints and doing crimping and stuff. That is 100% sideways. Oh no. The whole thing went side. Oh boy, it went sideways. That said, it actually kind of prepped it for the crimp. Huh, that was nice. It went sideways and like everything squished in and now it's like holding on to it. Okay, that one is a little too sideways. Let's see what it looks like under the scope. Okay, hold on. I don't know. The fact that there's like jacket material up here, that doesn't fill me with confidence. I think this is a reject. Ugh. All right, try again. Catch me crimping dirty. What? I don't know what he's saying, but I like the way he did it. Okay, so like, fuck. The first two went just fine. It's this third one that's giving me a lot of trouble. It is being a bastard. I can just sneak it from the top like this, just holding it up. Nope, it's crooked. Son of a... Okay, everything I just did that worked all right is now not working all right. Try to give you guys a different view every now and then, just to keep it, I don't know, fun. Whatever fun is, I forget. I can't make mistakes on the second one. My method is breaking down here. Because like this just is not staying in. The other ones for some reason work just fine. They like held on to the tip here. I don't know why this is not working. Yeah, I played Factorio. Factorio's a time machine. Apparently they did it on Games Done Quick, which is ridiculous because Factorio is not a quick game. Nothing about Factorio is quick. Didn't Richard Branson win IRL Factorio? I think he did. See that? You didn't see that. It was completely out of focus. Fuck. As soon as this thing touches it, the little crimper, it's like, so you got this like cup of metal, right? And you're supposed to put that into the crimper where it then gets restricted, right? But what happens is it goes, and then it's just like, and then everything dies. It sucks. Crimping sucks, but I gotta do it. Elong. The elusive musk, man musk, I don't know, elusive man musk. Here, I'm gonna focus a little closer so that you guys can revel in my frustration. Try to get the light here. It's hard to illuminate these shots. This is why, you know, YouTube is what it is, but man, careful. It might work. That might work. Nope. What the fuck? Why is this one screwing it up way more? How did that even happen? How did that even happen? Technically, it looks like it would work, but probably not. How much shorter is this thing getting now that I've been screwing it up so much? He's the winner of IRL Star Citizen? I don't know about that. What the hell is IRL Star Citizen? Currently, Star Citizen only exists in IRL. Careful. 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 See, this is what I'm talking about. As soon as it engages, it goes crooked. I don't know why my confidence is so shot. Yeah, what's going on with this? Why is this not working anymore? It's the silicon material is like squishing into. I think that's making a connection. I don't know. But like here. What is this? What's happening here? I think the silicon is getting squished into the actual crimp part, which is really not what I want to have happen here because that stuff is insulating. I don't think it's insulating the connection, but while I can test it with a multimeter, if one strand of this is hitting that metal, then it'll conduct. It's like not like I can like put like 10 amps through it and figure out. All right, I gotta cut a new wire because this wire is probably too short. Wire's probably too short in comparison with the rest of everything. No, I don't think. No. Continuity test will just tell me whether or not there's continuity. It's not like it's an amp test to tell me what the amperage on the wire can possibly be. So I want all those strands to make a connection. That does shorten it up a bit, but I did give it some extra, so I can try it. Hopefully it'll be the right length. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remake this on Wednesday. That's going to be my day tomorrow, is 3D printing and, yeah, doing all this stuff. Vapejuicejordan, rating with a party of 213 individuals. Welcome to my hell. Welcome to my own personal hell. I've got 22 gauge wires here on a very special computer that I have built myself. And when I say that I've built a computer myself, what I mean is that I am simply updating the enclosure for a computer that I have had for many, many years, since around 2011. What I did, greetings, friends of real-time crimping. Blowfish always says stuff like that. Continuity tests inspire some fixed rare computer. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, over here we've got my computer. This thing is not in its specific configuration that it is right now in. This has not been running since 2011. None of this hardware existed in 2011. However, it has been updated throughout the years to be in a similar form factor. So there's an old, I don't know, German, what was it? It was like a home theater PC case that had your graphics card laying out next to a mini ITX. That's all well and good. So I used that for a while until the underpowered system that would actually fit in it, I wanted to upgrade to be a gaming computer. And I was like, how can I do this? How can I go about and upgrade my computer so that I can run games? I want a gaming computer because I'm a gamer. So what I ended up doing was taking the well, actually, this was flipped originally. It was a blower type card that was flipped, big hole in the front of the enclosure that would suck air up and then blow it directly out of the case. So a lot of the graphics card heat wouldn't get into the rest of the enclosure. I had a 1U cooler on the CPU with a little hole in the top of the case. That went fine. And then on the side of the case, there was a big heat sink. And what I did with that heat sink is I produced a 12-volt power supply. This 12-volt power supply is kind of special. These are modules made from a company called Vicor Power. The first one takes in 120 to 240 volts, I think 90 to 240 volts. On its output, it creates, not 12 volts, on its output, it creates 300 volts DC. 300 volts DC. That'll knock the paint right off of the side of your house. 300 volts DC that gets distributed to these other DC to DC modules. And these modules can each produce 25 amps at 12 volts for a sum total of 52 amps at 12 volts. How do you calculate that? I don't know. I added 2 amps in there just because it kind of just like IRL Stein. Thank you for following. IRL Stein. This thing produces 12 volts at up to 52 amps. These modules were not made by the lowest bidder. They're not made by bean counters. They're made out of very, very nice potted electronics that allow them to be extraordinarily robust. So when I say that this thing can do 600 watts, it can probably do 625 to 630 for a small sustained amount of time until everything gets a little too hot. Maybe for a year, because they're so well built, they can take on that kind of thing. Over the years, I've done mild little improvements, like having a right angle connector on the 120 volt input that has a shroud around it so it doesn't explode, and then upgrading to these XT30 drone connectors, because the principle behind this power supply mimics that of what they just started talking about doing in computers. And this is me in 2011 having this idea. Why don't I make a lot of 12 volts? And then I can send 12 volts to the graphics card, which requires, this one almost gets to 30 amps, I think. Maybe not. I think this one's a lot less than 30 amps. Anyway, this gets 12 volts directly, because this is very clean power coming out of this, by the way. These are used in like military and like scientific like equipment, like scientific laser dudes love these things. Anyway, so very, very clean power coming out of this thing directly into this card. So that's the lion's share of the power. Over here, we need like 75 different voltages because computers have been around a long time. And the 12 volt standard became a 5 volt standard, which became a 3 volt standard, which became a 1.4 volt standard. So this has all of that crap on it. And it's provided by a Pico PSU. This is a 140 watt power supply, what is designed to take a car battery and run your computer from it. So this is really kind of like an automotive thing, but that fits into the ATX slot, and I have 2 wires coming out of it that just get a ton of 12 volts. So we've moved all of this equipment into this computer. This computer's run for a long time, by the way. Any of the naysayers in chat saying, you can't do that, this is gonna fail, it's gonna overheat, and somebody came into my chat and was like, this is gonna overheat and explode. It's like, okay, bye. But this has worked since 2011. In similar configuration. Now, I got a little fancy because I was supposed to be updating my computer for a LAN party, and the reasoning behind the update was to take my original Dell laptop fan heatsink and replace this with something quieter, because when the power supply heats up, it will react. I've put temperature sensors in it, and it basically turns up this fan, and when this fan goes full speed, it screams. It makes a lot of noise. So I'm replacing it with an inordinate amount of Noctua 40mm fans in a push-pull configuration, believe it or not. So what I've also redesigned the 3D print for holding all these things together. So once I can get my printer to actually stop being a bastard, I'm going to put these together with a darker purple filament. I had to get a little fancy and involve the purples in this thing. So darker purple filament. I might go orange if I can't, if I don't know, if I run out of this filament. Look at how it's lifting off of the bed. Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to fix that. I'm going to print out panels for this and then get all those in place. And then we can do like a full load test on this thing. But this has been like 4 weeks of projects. I have been relegated to the streaming computer solely until I can figure all this crap out. We're getting to a point with this thing though. We've done all the drilling into the carbon fiber panel. I had to use this is a Hobby King carbon fiber panel. That's like a really nice, it's a really nice material. Unfortunately, I'm covering it with all of this computer equipment, but I like that look a lot. So what we did is we built a button panel for the front that is still using the carbon fiber material. You can't see it. It needs a lot of light on it. There we go. So that was just one of the little fun things that I've done. But yeah, so that's the computer project. It's much different from your typical computer thing. But then again, this show is all about doing the weird stuff, right? We work with hardware here. We do microcontrollers, all kinds of different stuff like that. We've been working with automation a lot lately. And so what we're going to do is soon enough, we're going to get back into Burn the Subs, which is the board on my wall of the names of subscribers to this channel. If you sub to this channel, the motherboard, oh God, the only reason I have the motherboard is because I went to a LAN party and my EVGA motherboard decided to take a shit. And so I had to find a socket 1155 motherboard in a day. Micro Center had one, and it was this ridiculous gigabyte gaming board. So that's what I have. It's not by choice. I am going to be upgrading the computer, but you know, graphics cards apparently don't exist anymore unless your name is Linus. Anyway, on the wall, we have a board what consists of entirely names of people who have subscribed to the channel. This is powered by the Twitch API, the ability for people to program their own bots on Twitch. And so what that Raspberry Pi that you're looking at right there, it happens to be water-cooled, that Raspberry Pi right there will log into Twitch and wait for sub events. And if somebody subscribes, it'll start crunching away at their name to figure out whether or not it can display it, how many names are already on the board to determine sizing, and then it will start testing locations for it throughout the board, utilizing a virtual board stored in memory. When it finds a location, it turns that into machine instructions, and then it starts streaming those machine instructions to this board, which is an XY laser etching controller that like you can't find anywhere anymore. That's like a thing of the past. You can probably find other products that do the same thing, but that runs off of something called Gerbil, GRBL, which is just an XY etching setup for the Arduino. So anyway, all that stuff starts streaming, and then your name gets burnt into meat space on my maple board. This is one of the big things we got around here. And so I'm working on the third version of this. The third version of this. We have some of the hardware together. I need to buy long bolts in order to get that done. And then we need to get more into the automation stuff and how to control it and all that fun stuff. But for right now, because we were going to have another friggin' LAN party, I had broken down my computer and I was going to do an emergency clean out and upgrade. And it became, because the LAN party got canceled, it became a little bit less of an emergency upgrade and more of a, let me get it right this time, but also temper my expectations so I don't spend the next year working on this. The 3 weeks has been pretty grueling on me. I want to get back to my regular desk setup, man. I've got my good speakers and everything there. So right now, what I've been working on is crimping a singular connector, and it's been failing over and over. What's up, Copper? Soon we can LAN party like it's 1999. Hey, man, It's fun, even with your adult friends, to get together and do something weird, like have a LAN party. We do this quite often. I would love to stream those LAN parties, but I don't know. I don't think the boys would be too kind on getting restricted. Finally got your headphones. Hell yeah, brother. What are you doing with them? This is not the right kind of connector. How did that get in here? I've been desperately trying to crimp these things. I've got fan connector crimps. This is for the capacitor block. The first two went amazingly, and then the third is getting completely bad. I don't know what the deal is. Oh no, these are the same type. Okay. Same thing, same thing. Are there different types in here? No, there's just the one. Just the one type. So technically, this should go all right, but it's just not. So yeah, what were you guys doing over there at vapejuicejordan? Is he a vape modifier? We do similarly weird stuff over here. It's just, this is my own brand of electrical engineering and design. Every now and then people learn something from this channel, I'm told. I always appreciate that. He's a programmer. Oh, cool. Look, man, I do hardware, so I figure if somebody's going to raid, oh bother, it's going to be somebody who does hardware. We do get down to a lot of programming here, unfortunately. It's a pain in my ass, but sometimes it's a necessary evil. I enjoy me a good programming session, but chat gets a little crazy whenever we program stuff. Yeah, see, that just went sideways. I fucking hate this. This is obnoxious to the degree where I'm ready to just turn in. I'm ready to just have a podcast with you guys for a bit. Because, like, I don't know how far in the wire is. I guess if I get that even with the outside there. Yeah, that went sideways. Oh, but it corrected itself. How cursed is that going to be? That's kind of cursed. I don't know. Here. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be okay because the majority of the wire... See, you know what I'm doing? I think I know what it is. I'm putting the wire all the way up to the end of this, and I don't think that's where the crimping... Like, I think the jacket is going beyond that. So what I need to do is I need to strip the wire all the way back so that it can be that length and I can see it from the outside. I think that's making a good connection though, because the end of it was all the strands, and I think they're all contained in there. Ugh. Boy, it sure would be funny if it wasn't. How wacky and uncharacteristic if it fucking exploded. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna roll forward with this and consider it having made a decent enough connection, because it didn't like squish the stuff out of the front. I really wish these were all gold plated though, because that would mean they'd corrode less. Now these need to be put in the same order on the other side. They are not color coordinated. Well, yeah, it's not so much about working well, it's about whether or not it's going to be able to carry the current. And we determined that the current is about 4 amps. 4 amps at 300 volts. So this wire size should be okay. The connector type isn't really supposed to take 4 amps. So if shit hits the fan, both physically and proverbially, bad stuff could happen in Philadelphia as pertaining to my own setup. But I'm going to roll forward with it, and we're going to hope for the best. I'm incapable of making an error, by the way. I've never failed. Not even once. Yeah, that's because 120 to 300, and then 300 volts to the 2 modules. It also needs stabilization caps on it for transients and ripple and stuff like that. That's why this block of 2 enormous capacitors that were previously potted, and they are still potted, by the way. I left the rubber on top of them. So they're potted in a silicon rubber material. Same sort of stuff that goes inside of these modules. but then that potted material is surrounded with a 3D printed material just to make it look better. And it'll look better when I get the new print on that as well. I went with purple because it can't be helped. Oh, this one's a dead one. Thought it was always sunny in Philadelphia. Well, I guess it's a little bit sunny right now. Yeah, I got a little bit of sun. No, there's no, I guess it's like overcast right now. It's overcast in Philadelphia, fortunately. There's a sun behind it. If you want to count that. I don't know why you would. Yeah, see, like, that should be the perfect length. If I can just barely see the wire sticking out of the crimper, that should be a good distance. So yeah, right about there. Oh, I can't. I would focus the camera on what I'm doing, but this is a two-hand job. Two-hand job. Yeah, that one looks a little weird, but I guess it's okay. It's been gray in New Jersey for the past 26 years. Past 20 years. That's because of all the toxic waste dumps. I guess I can live with that. It's not ideal, but it's good, and I mean it is holding on to that jacket. So, man, having the proper sized crimper, there's a lesson for you. Having the proper sized crimper for the wire that you're trying to put into stuff. That's like an important thing, huh? So this needs to go to the same pin on the other connector. So that goes to here. Don't get this wrong. Okay. If I get that wrong, a capacitor explodes, and that's not a fun time. Not a fun time. Don't be a pervert. Okay. That's not enough wire. A little bit more wire. I think that's good. Getting these to be equal lengths is something that, like, you need automation for. And unfortunately, it's many, many hundreds of dollars to have the professional super duper crimping tools for these things. So I'm using a generic crimping tool and hoping for the best. But I mean, wiring harnesses are really important. Being able to disassemble and reassemble your electronics without having a soldering iron, kind of important. I didn't mean to have a crimping day today, guys. I'm sorry. Crimping day is a very dangerous day. Yeah, that's all right. That one turned out all right. Yeah. Caps aren't designed to blow up. They are designed to outgas, but they're not designed to blow up. And as such, it may sound like it's a lot of fun to blow up a bunch of capacitors, but it's actually really fucking dangerous because they send material in any direction. When they do as such, you find little pieces of cardboard all over your shop for the next year and a half. Your ears ring, and there's a smell, a smelly smell. Memories of Skyrim two-handed 100, yeah. Yeah, because everything inside of them is burning and turning into gas, and it's not designed to, and it's not material that should be turning into gas. It's stinky. It stinks. Bad. It's real bad. Yeah, don't blow up capacitors, kids. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Resist the urge. All right, I think I'm going to roll here. Let's hope I can do this. I almost blew up a transistor, so there's that. Yeah. Blowing up transistors and, like, MOSFETs and stuff, that can be fun. The older they are, the more they explode, though. I think they've changed formulas for stuff, especially the LEDs. LEDs, I think they changed the formula, so LEDs no longer blow up real good. They just kind of break. They don't pop. Back in the day, we used to be able to take a 9-volt battery to one, and the LED would turn on really bright, then it would turn on. This doesn't feel right. Uh-oh. Nope, that squished all of the silicon material out of the front. God damn it. All right, I'm going to see if I can pick out the material and if it'll be all right. I did not want that to happen. I saw it happen too. I watched it. It just smushed all the silicon material out of the front. The problem with that being that it's insulating. So if this wire is too short after I cut it, it's going to be a real pain in my ass. Yeah, it's going to be a real pain in my ass if I cut this. If I trust it to carry the amount of current that I need, I mean, there's a lot of contact area on that. I was excited to see the black transistor turn orange for a quick second. I had that happen with the RC car circuit. The transistor was unable to handle the full current, and it didn't stop working. It kept working just fine. My problem is that this isn't really gripping the jacket. It's overly tightened on the jacket, and then it's squished all the material up and ahead. Yeah, the crimping was just in the wrong position there. So the smaller crimp was too far back, and so that ended up really hammering this thing, and it squished the material all the way up and out the front. A horrific way to go. But yeah, let's damn it. I gotta redo this one. I can't feasibly trust it. Reasonably trust it. That hurt me. That hurt me more than it hurt you, chat. I mean, I could crimp a new strand for this whole thing, but I will put it under the spiral wrap though, so maybe that'll hide it. Hide the mistakes. Sweep them under the carpet. See, I think the main problem with what I've been doing is I've been moving this thing too far. I haven't been seating it in the middle of the crimp where it needs to be. This is like real finicky. Right in the middle of the crimper right there. Yeah, okay. I see now. I see now the mistakes. I see through the lies of the Jedi. Yep. Good thing I learned this lesson on the very last crimp that I had to do. God damn it. See, that a little bit of squishing occurred, but it didn't like totally extrude it through the whole thing. But yeah, what I need to do is this section and the wire should not be on the smaller here. Let me get a pointer over here. So this smaller crimp should not get to where the jacket is. So this part, this should have been seated further back even. So that puts the end of the crimper like right up against this piece right here, so that everything crimps properly. I get it now. I get it now. Too bad I learned that lesson way too late. Is there a reliable way to measure how much wire you expose with wire strippers? Some wire strippers have a little thing that goes on the other end that you adjust. That'll let you put the wire up against it and then get exactly the same length. I even have a high temperature, what is it called? It's a high temperature wire stripper that has just like a little plate on it that you basically put the wire into and then drag it across and twist, and out it comes, and then you have a perfectly stripped wire done with heat. God, look at this. I hate it. I hate it. Look at it. Oh, let's hope maybe the bends take up a little bit of that. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Let's put it in some spiral wrap. I think this spiral wrap is too big. We can use the smaller stuff. Here, some smaller stuff. This has been stepped on. I'm not going to use that part of it. I hate it. I won't stand for it. So should I guess I should do a loose wire wrap on this, because that'll keep all this stuff contained. I could use possibly a size smaller. Nope, this is a good size. This'll contain them quite well. Walk it out. Walking, we're walking. Now, I mean, hopefully the number of bends that this thing has to perform in order to get to the end location means that that extra wire can be taken up a little bit. I'm not going to recreate an entire thing just because of this. I could leave these as individual wires so that they can be taped in properly later, but I'm just going to spiral wrap them for now. Just for now. Oh God, this is tedious. Tedious, tedious, tedious. It's a bit thicker of a cable than I wanted it to be, but so they all turn out. A little bit more than I wanted. All right. Well, that only took 3.5 hours. Sure. I am miffed that the connectors are not color coordinated with this beautiful thing that we just created. But anyway, that'll fit in with everybody else. So that goes there. This goes under. Around the tree, back in the hole. That was like exactly sized for this connector. The hole that I put in the bottom of the case there. And that goes there. There's a little bit of excess wire underneath, but that will allow me to like attach it on its run. Now hopefully that stays under enough. I'm gonna do all the wiring, and then we'll deal with the mess underneath the case, because that's gonna be a big thing to kind of manage, is all of the wires underneath here. And for now, once I get enough of these down here, I can use gaffer's tape to just kind of hold them in place, and we can think about whether or not I want to 3D print something or just use sticky wiring things in order to hold everybody where they need to be. These need to be resoldered, the front panel connectors. That's going to be a big mess that goes around there. That was supposed to be... This is... Oh, yeah, this is for the case fan. This plugs into here. Once I get the right 3D print for the back end of this, I can kind of finalize this. I need to re-3D print this thing and this thing in order to get those correct. This needs an extension, so we need to desolder my old work that used to be potted in Sugru. When I say potted, I mean it's just like surrounded in a material, and that material allows the material has a different dielectric than air, so it doesn't allow stuff to like spark like complete circuits and stuff. It makes your wiring a bit more it makes your board a bit more robust. You can make a more compact high voltage thing if you are potting your circuit, which is what they do for these Vicor modules. These things are potted in a rubber material. I am nervous about the interface between those little tabs and the little pins. That's going to be where most of the resistance comes from, especially given corrosion. So that fills me with dread, that little scorch mark right there. All right, anyway, guys, I got a lot to figure out with this thing still. I'm going to work on this on Wednesday on my own, and then I'll come back with updates on Thursday, and maybe we can do the initial power test. I can ohm out this whole thing again, and then we can do a power test and get everything together in order to get the power supply working properly, because I've got a dummy load that we can put on this thing, and we can see how these fans react to that dummy load. But this is going to be a lot of like cursing and fitting wires in, and I'm not going to get as much done as I wanted to. I had to re-strategize. I told you guys at the beginning of the stream, but over the weekend, over the 4 days that I had to figure my shit out, I didn't get a lot done because I did a different redesign of the things that hold down that grating. My original thought when I redesigned it at first was that if I had the rails pinching this part, then you wouldn't be able to pull up like the middle of that span in order to like accidentally unseat it. But that didn't really work. So I had to undo that design and do a bunch of prints, and now my prints are lifting off of the printer bed for some unknown fucking reason. It's probably the temperature that I'm running the hot end at in order to get the purple to be as deep as it is. The purple's like this brilliant deep colored filament, right? Brilliant, deeply purple filament. This is not the shade. This is the one that I'm going for. And this is even brighter than what's on the filament spool itself. The spool says this stuff will print at 260. Well, I'm at like, or 220. I'm at like 280. So I've got to figure it out. At that temperature, what happens is as it puts this stuff down, it'll shrink, and that shrinkage will pull it up and off of the bed. So I think I need to heat up the bed a little bit more, but then things melt down. So, but yeah, I think this is the redesign. Once I get it to print, I will be able to have all of these different modules ready to go. And then we can put together the computer. I can run it through some tests. We can get it hot, see what kind of, I don't know about what kind of power draw. Maybe I can put the current probe on the DC lines. Can you put multiple positive signals through one of those current probes and get a reading of both of them? Yeah, I know. It's like a double, triple, quadruple redesign of all the different stuff that goes into this. I got a little carried away. I don't know. I'm happy I got carried away though. All right, so let's pack it up for the day. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the big stankin' raid. That was a lot of people. That was from something vape guy. Hold on, I gotta find the alert. vapejuicejordan, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody go check out vapejuicejordan and Code Rushed. Code Rushed also raided with a party of 6, which is awesome. I love getting raids, you guys. Yeah, vapejuicejordan. Are we raiding today? I haven't been raiding lately. I don't know. I don't want to put people on the spot, and I don't want to seem like I'm snubbing anybody by not raiding them, you know? Like if Metronomic was on, I would absolutely raid him right now. But yeah, I don't know. You guys know who's up. Go disseminate. Use my emotes on people's channels. like with Borb. Tom is on. Yeah, guys, check out Tom Thinks. He runs a really nice stream. Here's the Storm. Let's see the Sci-Fi. Why doesn't anybody watch Sci-Fi? All right, anyway. These guys are all doing great. You guys go check out whoever you want. I'm gonna end it here. And I will see you guys on Thursday. I take Wednesday as a day to like order stuff. So I don't know. Am I tempted to get gold connectors for these things? I think no. Just because I don't know what utility gold connectors are gonna have on this. I think I just need to do the work and put it all back together, and it'll work just fine. I think the scorched stuff is from like a previous life because I've had this hardware since 2011. So I think that's 2011 hardware barking at me. So I'm going to put it all back together with slightly new hardware. It's going to work great. We're going to get it tested, and hopefully we'll get to the point of powering it up on Thursday. I hope. I'm going to do my best. I'll see you then. Have a good one, everyone. Oh, yeah, and check out Discord because that's where I'll be hanging out. Twitter, I put the occasional update in just to kind of keep things rolling and keep people updated. I'll see you later. Where's the button? Wait a minute, which button? Did I press